Hello? Guys, I know many of you are confused by the title. Fret not, I shall explain everything in 3.5 minutes. I see one more One Pillow Andy fucking messages in chat. I'ma start banning. No bidet. Yeah, I haven't had a bidet since 2 houses ago. I know, quite disappointing. Such is life. I'm thinking of setting up a bidet at this place. I'm not sure though. Been so long since I went to a rave, I'm making a mini one right here, right now.
Abaki_7 donated $2.
Hello.
Just one pillow, huh? Your poor neck. Now wonder you need Theragun.
What?
Also,
I-
we got time for JC.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to skip that. I'll finish reading that. Also, you got time? I might, actually. I might. I don't like when it has lyrics. Yeah. Shut up. Nope. This is okay. Hello? Hi everyone. How you doing? How's life? What's up? Pokewave. Hello. Alerts a little bit up. Dormamudo, thanks for subbing. Sciatic Port, thank you. JV and Witch, Alex Foodie, Graver, thank you.
My Poke
Jeffrey
pants
Roman,
came
Levy
finally.
Porton. I'm
International
so glad
shipping
you
man
got
rule.
them. I know. It sucks. I wish there was more that I could do. Did you color your hair? Looks good. Not recently. I did a little while ago. Actually, you're right. I like how it looks today. Alright. Hi, everyone. We have a lot to talk about today before playing games later. Am I going to join the Rust team? I'm down. I wanted to talk to you guys about Rust as well because I don't freaking know what I want to do about it, to be honest. But we'll figure it out and we'll see who's down to squad with me. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. Okay? Rust later. First things first. Okay? Actually, let's just thank subs. Carnage, thank you the 6 months. 97 Blue, thank you the 6 months. Loco the Poco, thank you the 17 months. Staxton, 9 months. Zoyenka, new sub, 11 months from Tonka. Kaylee, 5 months, welcome back. And Unlimited, Rice Pudding, 4 months. Nightmare, 3 months. Guess me, that was 4 months. Kamboot, 5 months. Thank you guys, welcome. Welcome back. Let's pause the music so we can discuss some very serious allegations regarding me, my cat, my living arrangement, and the amount of pillows that I use. I feel like there's been just a lot of pokey slander going around. recently, as usual, and it's gotten too far. It's gotten too far, even for the internet, and that's saying a lot, okay? So I'm gonna go through every single thing I've heard recently, okay? I haven't seen these, but I heard about them, so just know I'm not gonna sit by and take the bullshit, okay? Okay, let's start off with this one.
Hey, listen, I think people go overboard with like the amount of pillows they put on their bed. One, that is actually some freak shit, dude. Pokimane, you need more. You need at least 2. What the fuck? Bro, if I walked into someone's house and they had 1 pillow, I'd be like, this person is a serial killer. Okay? And I say this, and I don't even have a bed frame, dude. You need more.
At least he's cognizant of his hypocritical, Weasley little liar ways, okay? You don't have a bed frame? And he still keeps getting away with it, okay? And I'm not allowed to just have 1 pillow for my 1 head. Why would I need more than 1 pillow? For what? Quite literally, for what? I don't get it. And that makes me a serial killer? Deadass, this is what I woke up to this morning. Just fucking... Hassan had asked, why do you only have 1 pillow? I am dying. I'm like, oh. Slander, top of the morning. I don't get it. Please explain to me. You don't have one between your legs. No? People put pillows between their legs? The cuddling pillow. Pour mettre entre les genoux. I tried that before, and I always wake up with it on the floor. And then it's just one more thing to, like, clean up. So. Is it really that odd? I used to have, like, 2 pillows or a bunch of pillows, but then I realized, bitch, I only use 1. It's called minimalism. Okay, actually, though, I do have a much more logical reason why, which is I've noticed that if I sleep too much on one side or the other, it messes up my hair quite a bit. Like, it'll literally pull out more hair on one side if I sleep on one side more than the other. So I try really hard to sleep in the middle. But when you put your pillow in the middle, there isn't really adequate space on either side for another pillow. It might fall off. And then you don't want something to fall off in the middle of the night because then it'll wake you. And so that's why I only use 1 pillow. It makes sense, I swear. Does everybody really got more? I guess no. Like, you could have 3 pillows, 2 in the back and 1 in the middle, but then your head is way too elevated, and that's not comfortable. That's not comfortable either. I sleep with 4. What do you have, 4 heads? Are you a quadruple jointed baby? Like, literally for what? Forehead? Yeah. I don't use silk pillowcase. I do. I only have silk pillowcases. I have 2 at the head, 1 at the legs. Do you put your head in the middle of the crevices of the 2 pillows? What? Yeah, for real, 4 pillows is the move. Stack the pillows. But then, instead of sleeping like this, I'm gonna be sleeping like this. I don't wanna sleep like this. This is weird for my neck. My back. Stop talking about my pillowcases. Oh, sorry. It's like, you can't sleep like this. That's wrong. You're supposed to sleep like flat. No? One pillow gang. Thank you to the one guy in chat who agrees with me. No, stack two. Stack on top of each other. Yeah, if you stack them on top of each other, your head is too far up. Your spine is supposed to be at least somewhat straight.
Mr. One Smile donated $5. Bernie Sanders in the back is upset too lol.
Bernie's such a fucking cutie in the back. Like, are you guys really telling me? Hold on. I need to give a good example on this dang chair. So you guys are telling me, instead of sleeping like this, y'all sleep like this. With 2 pillowcases stacked behind your head. What? Make it make sense. You stupid, true. Pillows aren't all the same size. That still doesn't help. You could have a small pillow and a big pillow. That even makes it more uneven.
Thumix donated $2.
Put one between your legs.
You're enjoying the new apartment. Loving the life.
I actually wanted to talk to you guys about that. I am enjoying living alone so much.
Sending positive vibes, Thumix.
I don't even know why. I don't even know why. Anyways, we can talk about that later. No pillow. Okay, no pillow. I have no pillow, and I have heard of some people sleeping like very, very flat beds, no pillows. And you know what? That kind of works for them too. I just have one. And I didn't know it was that weird. Yes, one head, one pillow, thank you. Like, it makes sense. I'm a simple gal. I got one head, I got one pillow. And I think it's like a slight OCD thing where I like the symmetry of it all. You know? I want just one pillow, just in the middle. That's it. It makes sense and it's happy in my brain. Whereas if I have a pillow and then a pillow and I'm sleeping on one side, oh, no. At least it's not more than 4. Okay, but for sure, don't at me if you don't have a bed frame. Like, just don't. You have no room to speak, okay? Probably don't even know how to change your damn bed sheets. Think it's part of the damn bed or some shit. Get out of here. Built in the damn bed sheets. Bed head ass. Bed ass. How many blankets? I have a comforter. And that's it. I don't really, like, you don't really need blankets, you know? You guys are fucking weird for shit like this. Stop it. I literally haven't even seen Hassan's existence in like 2 years. 3? I don't even know. Fucking yuckies. Fucking yuckies. Let's see. It sends a message. You are not here for sleeping. When we are done, you are out. That's pretty good. But when do you... Oh, I have like, I have fucking high-tech pillows. I should have showed you guys in the video. My pillows have like, you know the gel packs you use to ice places that hurt? I have that in my pillowcase, like built into my fucking pillowcase. So it's always cold, and if you flip it, bitch, it's gel cold. It's insane.
And I only use one blanket, and sometimes I really honestly hate sheets. I don't like anything near me.
You just really, you don't need more than one pillow.
You're perfectly fine.
Debate me. You don't. It's not a 10K pillow, guys. It was like $200. But it's worth it. I swear it's so worth it. Worth it. Gunless, thank you for the 51 months. Welcome back. Guys, you said it was 10K and you're surprised that I said 200? It has gel packs in the pillows. Fuck it, I'm gonna show you. Hold on. Okay, the funny thing is, don't be mad at me, okay? I own 2 of these pillows, but I only use one because I only have one head, okay? But I own 2, so I'm showing you guys the one that I'm not using. So it's like this. The top is like, it's like clouds, like these little pockets, right? Which is really, really nice, fluffy, comfy. But then the back, boom, gel pack. Let me see if you can see it better like this. Do you see? This is all gel pack. The blue area, front, wow. Back, gel pack. It's so nice and cold.
What I'm hearing is that you spent so much money on your one pillow that you couldn't afford a second one.
No, like I used to run the 2 pillow setup and I didn't like it. And I swapped to 1 and I've been so much happier ever since. I have several bitches, several degrees, and my 401k is stacked. So just know 1 pillow sleeping is the way to go. Yeah, this is it. Oh. One pillow gang. 1 pillow peasant? Audacity. The brand, yeah, it's Sub-Zero. It's someone posted it. Or someone said it. It's a Sub-Zero pillow, costs 140-ish. Yeah. Sub-Zero. Soft cell chill. Reversible, adjustable lock. Cooling gel and memory foam hybrid pillow. So, y'all keep talking shit, but I sleep like a baby. 1 pillow posse. Let's go. But imagine having a hard pillow. It's so soft. It's freaking memory foam with a gel pack. With a gel pack. Toast doesn't use pillows? Why are you guys even atting me?
But imagine having a hard pillow. Sheesh.
Hold on. Pause, champ. This is how I feel right now. Some of y'all living like this, and you're out here talking about me only having 1 pillow.
Hybrid donated $5. Just put the pillow in the fridge, Pepe laugh. All right, the not approved video.
Your bedrooms look like this, and you're mad at me for having 1 pillow.
Plays Valorant and it was uploaded 4 days ago on YouTube.
Actually is on. Actually is on. And bitches probably still go to his place, so like, I can't even be mad. But I'm not hating. Stop talking about my pillow setup. It works for me. I'm happy. What? That bed frame looks like 2 poop emojis merged into a poop croissant.
Ball_gags donated $5.
The way you guys are able to ruin anything
Merged into a book croissant.
it's an art. It's an art form. Is this a roast stream? True. What the fuck? Okay, listen. The color grading is not A1 right now. This is a pink velvet in person. It's not poop brown. It's a pink velvet.
Revive the godly ASMR channel.
I don't know. Someday if I ever feel like it. Oh my god, I think I had a dream that I revived my ASMR channel. Crazy. God, it is pink velvet.
Now that's
On God. That's on freaking God. Alright, I haven't seen these clips.
It's right there, dude. I got this. Give me a minute, give me a minute. No, it definitely is. I see it.
Oh my god, is he saying
It's
my video's a hashtag ad?
I have 2 heads.
Oh my Jesus Lord. I have 2 heads, so I use 2 pillows. Chill. Chill, 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 chill. Oh, no Hafu? Wait, yeah. I think she was doing a sponsored Gamba stream. It was funny, I saw like a thread or something about someone exposing me for watching gambling streams, but it was actually just because it was Hafu. I remember right before my Bikoy, the guy who films my videos, came over, I was like, Hafu Gamba stream? And then it just stayed on, and yeah, whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Anyways. My unintentional promotion. Oh, whatever. It does kind of look like a random game, though, so it's okay. If you're inside all day,
Still playing.
take some vitamin D.
Dude, she's spamming. She is spamming the fucking baton.
But don't!
That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean, that's true.
And then I have just like makeup and lipstick and stuff like that if I ever want to touch up my feet.
Something is going on here. Guys,
Just random things that
there's something big about
on
this.
my desk. If you're inside all day,
Still playing.
the timing was so good. So fucking good.
This is she was not like this when we first.
In a world where everybody takes inspiration from everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
As someone who's been in this scene for so long, and maybe I just have like a negative perspective. Okay, and you can tell me if you think. Can I just say it's the angle? I didn't even finish my sentence.
No.
I swear to God, it's the angle.
Silver donated $2. How do I donate a pillow?
Don't. I have more pillows. I just don't want to use them. Guys, listen. It's the angle. Do you think I would ever want to go near Miss Kiff's anything? Bro, I was smelling his feet the whole podcast. The whole damn podcast. It's like, how do I explain? So if I'm sitting here, oops, my chips, and I have my arm here, to you guys, these things look superimposed. But in reality, there's like a 2 feet distance. And if you calculate the trajectory at which my hand was levitating and the angle that the camera is looking down upon the chair, then you would understand. I can't, man. Oh, yeah, please just don't. Miskiff rejects Pokimane's aggressive advances.
Ew, 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 ew.
I know you wanna.
No.
Yeah! I know you wanna.
Listen, you hired my mods, they can do it. I don't like, no, it's so weird. I don't like
Just
doing
do
that.
it.
We're friends. Good friends. We're mediocre friends. Ew, 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 ew.
I know you want. Not a fucking clip. Well, a bit of a title champ, I'll be honest. Bit of a title champ. Okay, I will say, memes are great and all. You guys know me and Miz. Our whole friendship is founded on memeing each other. So we don't mind if you guys meme us, but please don't ever actually be serious with that kind of shit. It makes, especially me, very uncomfortable. So, yeah, but meme all you want. Like, those clips were funny. Yes, we know, do you? Because, yeah, some cringe-ass people don't, okay? And if y'all see cringe-ass people in the chat, keep them in check. Go ahead, at them. Stop it. Don't do it. Okay? Don't do it. All right, nice. Future GBF, thank you to 10 months. Bebo, 4 months. Thank you to anyone else for the subs and resubs. Sorry I didn't get to see them all, but I appreciate ya. Was there anything else you guys wanted me to take a look at? Okay, back to the one pillow thing though. Do you only use one sock too? I have 2 feet. That's my entire point. 2 feet, 2 sock, 1 head, 1 pillow. One head, 1 pillow. Was there an XQC room tour? I think I saw something about that, but I didn't fully get it. Can someone link it maybe? 2 socks, 1 foot. I mean, honestly, in Canada, I've done that because it's cold as fuck in Canada.
Honestly, did you even realize that the women are the key? Because there's no way you would ever reach out to like Ludwig and Hassan and all of them and ask them to like be in the same
That's a
room
good
as
idea.
you.
Okay.
They'll do it. They'll do it if the girlfriends ask.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Do not interrupt me during this take. Okay, and I'm putting on these glasses to give this proper take. Okay? I do agree that the girlfriends are the key. Okay? But the boyfriends made every single one of you relevant. Okay? The boyfriends made no one would know who the hell any of you are without the boyfriends. All right? So yes, you guys might be the key, but without us, you know, you guys are probably hopping.
All right. Let me halt Nick for a second and just put it out there that if any of you ladies, okay, want to be my girlfriend, I'm open to it. Just saying. The girls can be the key on both ends. You the key, I'm the key, we the key, whatever. Okay? Put these men in their place. All right? And come date me. You know where to reach me. I follow all of you on Twitter. Just slide in them DMs. Got my own apartment now. Got my own laundry now. Have my both units, the washer and the dryer, in unit. Yeah. Just so you know. And I have extra pillows. They're not on the bed, but I can set them up. I can set them up, okay? I'll set up the pillows. So there was this thing where I think a Blizzard employee called Asmon an asshole on Twitter.
What happened with the product manager? I talked to him privately. He's a nice guy. We worked it out, and there's no problem. So I don't want to hear any other bad stuff about him.
That's
Everything's
usually not
totally
how
okay,
things
and
end.
that's
I'm
it.
impressed.
So that's what it is. Like, yeah, I worked it out, and it's over.
That is like extremely unusual in this space, but really great. Why Soda quit the new Rust server?
I felt like, so when I first played Rust a long time ago, I felt like it was like I'm sitting here learning this game with a bunch of other noobs. Like, we all suck. So I didn't constantly feel like I was falling behind. But on that server, like, I was super happy to like, oh my god, we got pistols. I thought we were like doing really well, and all I did was grind. Like, all I did was grind super fucking hard for the first couple hours. I just sat there beating trees, beating fucking rocks the whole time. And then people got AKs. By the time we got pistols, I'm like, oh. So essentially, I'm just going to sweat my ass off. Like, my brain at Giga mode trying to learn this entire game just to barely, I'm not even keeping up. Right? So I'm like, all right. Like, I want to feel like, hey, cool, I unlocked a new gun. Not like, all right, cool, I'm only one tier behind now. That's kind of how it felt.
Dude,
I also
I
just
know
didn't
what
like
he
the
means. Yeah. That's a common issue with like any server for any game that we start. It's very quick that people will start feeling like they're behind. And I think depending on the kind of streamer, kind of gamer that you are, it's just not really enjoyable for certain people. I will try Rust at some point, on stream or off. And if there's a casual, fun way that I can be involved, then I probably will. But I don't like forcing myself to grind certain games. I like to grind games when they're fun, but if I'm just grinding to keep up with everyone else, it's like, is that an adequate use of my time? Doesn't really feel like it. Yeah. XQC room tour.
The door at which I enter the room. The main monitor at which I play the gaming.
Or watch the pokimane.
The right monitor at which I read the chat and I don't read donations. The table at which I eat food.
Oh my.
The keyboard on which I type.
One, two, three. I think four. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 drinks on the left side of his monitor. Does that mean it's been a week since he cleaned up, or does he drink more than 1 drink a day? And a bottle. Okay, maybe 8? I don't know. Does water count? I would assume 2 per day. 2 per day. He does really long streams. 2 per day. So maybe half a week? This is half a week's worth? Oh my god! A fan of Jersey Mike's as well. Sorry, you guys can't see. Hold up. I'm also a fan of Jersey Mike's. Good taste, X, good taste.
The keyboard on which I type. The mouse which I click. The stream deck where I skip donations. All of them. Mute them. Sub only. Add. The drinks that I drink.
46 pack shop.
Bad clothing. Wait.
Oh my god, this is my theory. This is... Wait. I can't tell. Are those bed sheets, or is that just the bed? 1 pillow! Right? 1 pillow. 1 motherfucking... 1 pillow posse, okay? 1 pillow gang. 1 big pillow. Full of bad bitches. 8.
Clothing! Wait. Computer. Second computer.
Does he use 2 PC setup?
Weird.
Oh, that mic is dead, bro. It's deceased. It's fucking deceased. Go bury it, my guy. It's dead. It's gonna start stinking up the place. Holy, what happened to that? Honestly, pretty good room tour.
Weird.
There's a whole other setup just in the back. For what? Backup setup? Yeah, maybe. Just like on the floor. On the floor.
Where are consoles 2 through 6? X slide to us.
I think that was his old place. That was his old place. Dude,
The main monitor at which I play the gaming. The right monitor at which I read the chat and I don't read donations.
I did see... Oh, it's Soda's house? I saw this. Oh my god. Dude, if... Sometimes you open up Twitter and it has your DMs just flung open.
Guys, I know we give like XQC and a lot of gamers like Asmin a lot of shit for like having like desks that are kind of dirty. But yesterday, me and Milena, we played Rust for 12 hours. Yesterday, for the first time. We rarely ever play games. Look at the aftermath. This is just one day of playing games 12 hours a day.
Holy guacamole.
Imagine if we played more often.
3 full-size game fuels?
We're going to clean it up. We will. But that's just one day of sitting there for 12 hours and then going straight to sleep. Jesus. Guys, I know we give like...
Here's the thing. Maybe this is a hot take. It's not about just needing a trash can. It's the fact that when you stream really long hours, and like, been there, done that, literally every streamer, because there's this sense of like, I can't leave my stream or else the viewers will leave, even for 5 minutes. People don't want to get up to make food or heat up food that they've like left in the fridge or leftovers or cooked themselves. So instead, they order literally 3 meals in the day and just chug them energy drinks so that they can stream the long hours. And then by the end of it, it results in a lot of trash. Which, like, honestly, it completely makes sense.
One day of
But when I look at this, I'm not thinking, oh, that's so messy. Because if you clean it, you clean it. And if you don't, you don't. But it's more so like living like this day in and day out. I can't imagine what it does to your body and its health. Like, processed food 3 times a day. And I'm not even saying this from like a high horse of eating healthy all the time, but that's for sure my perspective. And it's kind of scary. And I hope that it's not the kind of thing that you guys as viewers look up to. And you think like, oh, this is the way to do it. Chug the energy drinks and order McDonald's and Chick-fil-A and everything else 3 times a day once I starve so that I don't have to leave my PC at all. So yeah. At least for me, it's less so about it being messy. Like, life's messy. Sometimes your place gets messy. Whatever. It's more so about that is a difficult thing to do to your body every single day. And it's going to catch up to you. You know the saying, you are what you eat? I swear that shit's true. Like, the cells in your body, they take in the food that you eat. Okay, I'm not a scientist, so I can't help explain this properly, but essentially it is the fuel that they use to reproduce, to fix things, to whatever. So the healthier that you eat, the better your body kind of functions. Versus if you're giving it like low quality fuel, oh my god, kind of like a car. It's gonna start skipping and shit. At least that's how I see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah. Moving on. What else is there to watch? Oh, actually, since we just saw this clip, what do you guys think about the Rust server so far? What do you think about my potential involvement? Do you guys think I should play it? What should I do? Do you think it hasn't been that hype yet? It's mainly just for the drops. I don't know, kind of boring. I don't think you'd enjoy it. Is it only fun if you're like sweaty? Because you know, I just want to fuck around. I want to run around naked with the elf thing, banging music. Not as good as the other one. Are they gonna do an RP server at all? It seems like the sweaty pros are making it unfun. Ah. Is there tons of RP potential? Rust is resident sleeper for me. Where'd you get your sweatpants from? It's a... sorry, this place. That brand? The brand is actually owned by Mo, Yasuo's sister, which makes me happy to support her.
Hey Pokey, you said you were going out on
What's
a
up?
date. Was it Pagman? My last date, the girl was on her phone the whole time.
Ew!
Made fun of me for being poor.
What?
I lost all my money in crypto.
Wait, you went on a date with a girl who was on her phone the whole time, and then she made fun of you for being poor? Can you elaborate? I can't imagine being on a date with someone and them laughing at your financial situation. That sounds so odd. Also, my date was good. Can I just say, I've realized, like, if I go on a date and it goes badly, I'm not pissed or whatever, but it's like, disappointments from men. Expected. And then if I go on a date and it goes well, I'm like, fear. When is the disappointment? Is it coming? It's like there is no positive sentiment. Both ends are frightening. Wait a sec. What's the catch here? What's going on? Rice gum caught lurking in your chat in 4K. I mean, that's fine. Guys, if there's a streamer in my chat, don't bother them about it. Let them live their lives. By the way, I'm completely joking. Not all men are disappointments. Just most. Just kidding also. Just kidding also, okay? It's just relationships are complicated. Meeting people is complicated. And especially when you have no, like, friendship basis. It's kind of scary. Yeah. Kind of scary. I can't.
Financial situation, they're childish. Got to end it there.
I can't help it. For real. Painfully straight. Unfortunately. If someone laughs at your financial situation, they're childish. Got to end it there. Yikes. I agree. Even if someone is like really down in the dumps, why would you ever laugh at that? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Really on the hate all men movement, Pokey. Nice one. Guys, honestly, I'm totally joking. You guys see my life. There are many a men that I love very much. I have a great relationship with my father. He's like my favorite person on earth. It's really just a joke. It's just a joke, and I understand if you're a guy, maybe you've caught the short end of the stick of that joke often, and I'm sorry, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I would never actually hold someone's gender against them, all right? We're just doing a little bit of trolling on this channel. Just a little bit of trolling. What's your workout routine? I've kind of been YOLOing it recently, watching certain videos or just remembering things that I've done before that I really enjoyed or that I felt brought me results. So yeah, a bit of tomfoolery. Hey, Bacon, humor, you say. Taking out the trash is gay. I mean, men are trash, so you're basically going out with another.
Commons donated $2. Well, I couldn't pay the bill and then I said I lost all my money in crypto and then she laughed at me. Keck, I still have enough to donate to streamers though, thanks.
No, I tried really hard to understand that and I still couldn't. I still couldn't. Well, I couldn't pay the bill. Ooh, and then I said I lost all my money in crypto and then she laughed at me. I still have enough to donate to streamers though. Thanks for the $2 TTS. Feels okay, man. I'm sorry to hear that, but to be fair, you should not take someone out if you can't pay the bill. Maybe consider that in the future. I still don't think laughing at someone's financial situation is okay, but yeah. Also, sorry you lost all your money in crypto. I hope it wasn't a coin that a certain influencer told you to invest in. Just saying. Also, you shouldn't be donating to me if you can't afford the bill of the person you want to go on a... What?
Major Man 90 donated $2. I really hope that you wore that feels good man shirt to the date, lol.
Okay, I need to give myself at least decent chances. You think I'm gonna wear a feels bad man shirt on a date? Honestly, maybe that's a good way to test him though. Like, does he laugh or does he give me a weird look? Like, can you take a joke or not? What do you mean that's how you attract all the boys? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, maybe a feels good man one would be better. That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's pretty true. And yeah, that's pretty true. That's pretty true. Yeah, we're supposed to play at 5 p.m. PST, but also Saikuno said something about GTA. So, I mean, I'm still playing at 5, I think. And we'll see how it goes. I also, I mean, since since we're on the topic, Jinx, thanks for the 5 gifted. Do you remember when YouTube, Twitter, etc. implemented the story function? Do you think that could happen at Twitch someday? I would understand if you weren't allowed to talk about that. If you can, though, that would help me a lot. Of course I'm allowed to talk about my opinions. I think they could implement something like that. They've done statuses before, and I actually think that would be one of the best things that they could implement. I actually really hope that they do. Dating app, nope. Nope, just someone I met a long time ago. Okay, since we're on the topic...
Do you remember when YouTube, Twitter, etc.
Okay, sorry, I just read that out loud, so I'm skipping it. I have a story. A dating story. That I was considering telling you guys, but I wasn't sure. Should I tell it? It's like a month old. Paul, thank you for the 100 gifted. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. Every time you see 100 gifted in chat, it just looks insane. All right. Does it sound weird when I talk and there's no other sound behind me? Because I know my room is really echoey. And I don't know if it sounds odd. Like, I'm down to put on some lo-fi, you know what I mean? Dodged it, love that for me. Es-tu marocaine? Oui, je suis marocaine. No, it's fine. All right. Let me tell you guys a story. And I will preface this by saying I cannot ever tell a short story. So if it ends up being really long, I'm sorry. It's just the way my mind functions, okay? Yeah, story time. get a drink, get a snack, because again, it's probably like 10 minutes minimum because I'm Peepo Talk Andy. I'll give you guys 60 seconds. Never gonna tell you goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Yes, true. Yes, true. Chris, thanks for subbing. RC, thank you for 16 months. CF Fritos, thank you. King Monkey, Calm, Tao, thank you. Thank you, I got ads. Okay, let me know when ads done. Wait, are the ads? No, I don't think there's ads running. Usually there's more people saying their ads. I'll make my cam a bit bigger. Not fully, but bigger. Because I like seeing the chat in the little corner, you know? Or on the side. Nice. Tu es parti au Maroc récemment? Non, pas récemment. Je pensais partir cet été, mais au lieu, je crois que je vais partir autour de décembre. Yeah. All right. I would like to preface this by saying that I'm not trying to... Okay, the alert is literally on my fucking forehead. Okay? Let's move that over here. Yeah, I want to preface this by saying I hope that me telling my perspective or my side of this story doesn't come off as like disrespectful or like shading anyone. I'm not trying to shade this person. I just, again, want to share the experience that I had. And usually I don't share stories like this, but because this was literally someone that I met once, I don't feel like I'm like betraying a friend or something, if that makes sense. And it's not someone that you guys could ever possibly know, so it's not like people could put it together. So again, it's more so just sharing an experience I went with. Saikuno's not gonna play Valo? ¿Por qué? Let's see. Is it because the GTA stuff kept getting pushed back? Stop stalling. Sorry, you guys, you know. I will say in the group chat, if today not best, if today is especially, I'm down to play tomorrow too. Oh, okay. Sorry, less stalling. He's gonna try lower vault, taking a while to set up. Got it. Got it. Thank you. Cause no. Okay. So basically, you know, this year I kind of realized, like, for someone in their 20s, I don't really have that much dating experience, especially outside of this scene. Like, it's really hard as a streamer to meet people outside of streaming and gaming. So with that train of thought, I also realized I don't know very many people with a similar ethnic or cultural background as me. And I would
then you end up finding something else. IDK man, try to get out of the workman fields.
Huh? Okay. I'll mute TTS for this. A few minutes ago, you said you were not afraid of voicing your opinions. That begs the question, is there any topics you avoid because you want to risk alienating viewers? There's some really hot topics out there. Only the ones that I'm not really knowledgeable on. I don't like to talk out of my ass. But if I have an opinion, I'll share it. Generally speaking. Okay. So yeah, I was saying, I realized that I hadn't really dated anybody who is culturally or ethnically similar to me. So I wanted to try to get to know other people who are maybe similar to me in that regard, especially, as I said again, outside of the streaming space. And what I decided to do was join this dating app. It's called Baklava, and it's supposed to be for like Middle Eastern or Arab people, which the name is so funny. And I made this little profile, and I intentionally, I chose photos that I hadn't posted elsewhere because in the past, when I used the photos that I like on my Instagram or whatever, the apps will think that I'm catfishing myself, and then I'll get reported, and then I'll get like removed, and then it's just a waste of my time anyways. So I tried using like random photos I had and whatever, and you know, you spend all night trying to think of like a bio that is both partially representative of who you are, but also partially interesting to someone who may not know you, but also isn't like cringy, but is maybe like a little witty, maybe like a little funny, but also doesn't make you sound stupid, and also isn't too short, but also isn't too long. And it's just, you know? So whatever. Got it all set up, sent it into the interwebs, and yeah. So afterwards, you know, you get to doing the thing and the swipe and the this and the that. And within 3 days flat, I was already fed up with it. I was just so over how tiring it is to, like, for starters, judging someone's entire existence off of a few photos, their age, and bios that a lot of people don't even bother writing out. It's like, it makes me feel bad. It gives me like decision paralysis, where I see something and I'm like, is it judgmental of me to not want to swipe yes? They didn't even write anything about themselves, so should I swipe no or should I swipe yes? But then am I being shallow by only looking at their photos because they didn't provide any more information for me to go off of? Like, you know, just all that. Okay, sorry. I'm not trying to stall, but I got something in my eye. Could you guys give me a second? Ow. Ow. Copium. And I know. For most people, they're probably like, you're overthinking it. But that's also just how my brain works. And my brain feels like a little bit overly analytical. And so when I think about it, I'm like, if I am reasonable with most profiles, then I'm going to be talking to 100 people a day. And if I'm really judgmental, then maybe it'll be filtered, but then maybe I'm passing up a lot of like genuinely nice or worthwhile people. I also really didn't like having another app that I needed to check every day because, you know, you got Discord, you got your text messages, you got your Kakao Talk for my friends. I have my WhatsApp for my family. I have Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube. It's just so much. It's like, I don't want another other app. So I decided, hard life, huh? I know, I'm sorry, but I'm just being honest. I'm sorry if any of this sounds big-headed. Being a bit candid with y'all. So I decided I just didn't like the process of being, or experience of being on a dating app. Sheesh, hold up. I have 900 matches on Tinder. Can't imagine how busy it is as a hot girl. I'm not gonna lie, once I saw triple-digit matches, I wanted to run away. Like, it felt frighteningly overwhelming to me. Frighteningly overwhelming. So, and I mean, I imagine that just kind of happens with dating apps because it makes you available to such a range of people. And I know, weird flex. But again, I think that's just how it is for like any girl on a dating app. Mind you, I also, like, the photos I used, you could barely kind of tell it was me. Because again, I wanted to avoid getting banned, and I wanted to avoid people being like, I know who you are, head ass. I has to remove my dating app because my naughties wasn't popping too much, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. So yeah, moving on. Before I deleted the dating app though, I remember that there was one profile that I felt stood out more than the others. And it was this guy who was like really clean, fit. I think he was like around 29 or something. And I was like, a bit older than me. That's nice. He seemed really into like business and tech, which also suits me. So I was like, okay. That's old AF? No, it's not. Are you guys weird? Anyways, so we had been chatting back and forth a little bit. Again, I'm checking this app like once or twice a day because it feels so overwhelming, but I'm conversing with him slightly. So I message him and I'm like, hey, just being honest, I'm going to delete this app, but you're probably the person that I found the most interesting. So if you'd like, here's my number, you can text me. So he texts me. We start chatting back and forth a little. Okay. And then he invites me to dinner. And I'm like, you know what? Like, yeah, sure, I'll go. Because really, like, when you're interested in someone online, you don't ever really know how it's going to be until you meet in person. And you see if you vibe. No, really. You see if you mesh or if your energies align or whatever else. So I'm like, yeah, why not? Like, let's meet in person. Fucking easy club. Can't believe this is free dinner. Okay, here's the other thing. Dumb answer. Here's the other thing. The dude invites me to Nobu. And for those that don't know, Nobu is like an expensive sushi place in LA. So I was like, sheesh, like, okay, sir. But you know, it's nice to feel like someone is perhaps trying to put their best foot forward, even if it's a little, is prestigious the term? I don't know, free expensive dinner, Pog. To be fair, like, I could pay for them myself, but it's more so the thought that counts of like, oh, I would really like to take you out somewhere very nice. And I was like, all right, let's go. So we make plans for like 4 days out. He's like, yeah, I'll take you to dinner on this day, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, pretentious is the word you're, okay, nice, yeah. And I was like, okay, nice, I'll see you then. I'll see you then. But then the days between us making plans and the actual day we're going on dinner, the dude is like texting me good morning and good night and stuff and like messaging me quite a bit throughout the day. And I was like, I don't really know you yet, you know? And I'm gonna be completely honest when I say it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way and it felt a little bit eager. And I know to some people, maybe that's normal, but I was like, for me, it's like we literally are random people that connected on this random app and I'm gonna meet you in person and that's when I am mentally planning on getting to know you. Anything beforehand is it feels unnecessary and a little bit inauthentic. Like, do you really message someone good morning like the second day you really know them? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But I try to be still nice and respectful and conversive. And he asked me a bunch of stuff and we would text a little bit throughout those days. But it even got to a point where I kind of tried to drop the hint where I was like, if you keep asking me all these questions, we're going to have nothing to talk about at dinner. And he was like, oh, don't worry, we'll have plenty to talk about. I was like, you're not picking up what I'm putting down. Jeez. But anyways, again, being candid with you guys, when date night rolls around, I'm not really feeling it. Because there's just something about the push and pull when you're getting to know someone. And if someone is pulling too much and it feels really eager, it's just kind of a turn off. So yeah, I was not feeling like going to dinner. Just being honest. I was like, it almost felt like a necessary social outing that you regret having planned. But I would have felt way too bad if I canceled. So, like laced up my boots and I still went. So, put on a nice little dress or whatever, head out to Nobu, and I'm like, sheesh, this is kind of nice, okay. And the waiter shows me to the table, and he's sitting there, and he stands up, and he greets me, and like hugs me or whatever. And he's attractive, he's fit, he's got like a bit of a tan. So I'm like, oh my God, you go outside? Can't relate, but like, that's nice. And he seems like really nice and respectful. I sit down, we order like a ton of sushi, a ton of whatever. And we get to talking about our upbringings, where we grew up, our childhood, our family, our cultures, the languages we speak, religion, like everything. And he's like business entrepreneur type. And he's like telling me about his business dreams and how he really likes the idea of like a power couple. And I'm like, I get it, you like me. I'm kidding. But if someone's gonna say that, I'm like, oh yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so we keep talking, and what else are we oh yeah, I feel like this is unusual, but he's even talking about like dating expectations, like in a relationship. Like, what do you expect out of your partner and things like that? Like, we literally talked about everything, and it was going surprisingly well. Yeah, it was going surprisingly well. I liked a lot of the answers that he had for a lot of the things that we discussed. I thought he led a pretty cool and interesting life, and like I could see us getting along really well. So it came to a point where I was like, wait, I was really like not feeling it, but I am pleasantly surprised and really, really glad that I came out to this date. Yeah. And then we're an hour and a half into dinner, and he starts telling me about his ex-wife and 2 kids. We are 5 days into talking, an hour and a half into dinner, and he starts telling me about his ex-wife and 2 kids. There was this one fucking message that's just like, you're a mom now, Pog. And my face is saying, smile and nod. Really? What are they like? How old are they? And my brain is processing like, fucking error 404 does not compute. Oh, actually, it's processing like, how do I feel about dating someone with kids? Like, is that something I'm okay with? Is that something I'm ready for? And a baby mama? And my brain is fucking working overtime, and my face is like, when I'm 6 hours deep into a convention taking photos. Fucking sheesh. And yeah, we kept talking about, he has 50% custody of his kids, by the way. So I'm like, I feel like at this point, you've told me like the inner workings of your entire business and your future plans to the point that you could hire me tomorrow and I would be employee of the month, dead ass. And you're just now mentioning the kids that you keep with you half the time? That's what I was a little bit surprised about. But yeah, we just kept talking. I think literally the last thing I wanted to be was judgmental. And I think that's a pretty good way to go about meeting new people, because even if things don't work out or you're not right for each other, being judgmental is kind of the worst way to go about it, and it's very like conflict oriented. So I was just trying to go along with it, see where it goes, see what happens. And then, you know, I pack my things and I go home. And when I get home, that's really when I unload with the roomies. And we start talking about it. And I realize that I think if I, like at this point in my life, if I really, really liked someone, I probably could be okay with them having a kid. 2 is a bit much, but you know, maybe that too, if I liked them enough. But I think what had really bothered me was the fact that it took him so long to mention it. Like several days of talking and like 2 hours into dinner, and then you mention it. I feel like that's the kind of thing that people usually say like right off the bat, or it's very easy to tell if someone has kids because they kind of become like your priority in life. Like I feel like you mention your kids before you mention your business endeavors, I think. Sorry, I have something in my eye again. So, yeah, I basically thought about it and I was like, even if I was okay with this person having children, I didn't like the way that they went about telling me. And so I just don't think I'm going to pursue anything with them. And he texted me that evening and he's like, hey, like I had a really, really good time. I would love to take you out again. Like, let me know if you're interested. And I replied and I was like, hey, I'm sorry, but I think like with you having 2 children, ex-wife and this and that, it's probably a bit too much responsibility for me at this point in my life. And my friends kind of encouraged me to be a little bit upfront with him as well. I was like, I also would have really appreciated it if you had told me sooner. And he responds and he's like, that's totally understandable. Like, I respect that. I hope we can be friends. But also, it's not like I was hiding them. Like, I have plenty of photos of them on my Instagram. And I was like, you never like gave me your Instagram. How am I supposed to know? And then I actually retroactively, I think his Instagram was linked on the dating app. So I retroactively went and looked at it. And it's like 40 photos of him alone in different places of the world. And then way further down is photos of like him and 2 little kids. But the captions don't even say they're his kids. And he looks quite young. So it looks like it could be his nieces or heck, even his siblings. And I'm like, you expected me to find your Instagram through your dating profile and scroll 50 photos down to know that you have kids? Like, that's on me? It was even weirder because like he talked about them like really nicely. Like he was like, yeah, they're great. I'm like, if they're so great, why didn't you say anything sooner? Or like have them in the photos of your dating profile or mention in your bio that you have 2 kids. And you know what? From a guy's perspective, like I totally get it. It's probably a little bit difficult. Like it makes your dating pool smaller to be very obviously or be very obvious about being a parent and having 2 children, but it just is a reality of your situation. So I feel like it's better to filter people out that maybe that doesn't work for than to try to like get them to like you and then drop the ball. I don't know. Whew. So yeah, when he like doubled down, he was like, but it's not like I hide them. I was like, have a good life. So yeah, that's my story. I'm so curious what you guys think. I really hope that I didn't say this in a way that is like mean or shading towards him, because he was not mean whatsoever. It was just like my experience and the ways in which it made me feel a little bit uncomfortable. And yeah. Dating success, true. Say something nice about me. Ooh, who are you? Was he older than you? Yeah, I think he was like 29 or something. I think he would have been a good stepmom. You know what? I'll be a good stepmom to someone if I want to. You went very sensible about it all. I hope so. I'll be a good stepmom if I want to. Damn, feels bad for single dads like myself. Why? I think single dads can still pull hella bitches. But I think it's more attractive to like see a guy who's really good with his kids and proud of his kids and like still has a life of his own and does a great job at managing both things versus having this impression of someone being like a bachelor or whatever and then being told, oh no, wait, I also got 2 kids, by the way. Like it's very different. Whereas the first version is like, if anything, it's attractive. Like you guys have probably seen or heard like girls whenever they see their boyfriends like being really friendly or cute with kids or with animals even, it's like, it's very attractive. It's like your hormones come out and they're like, make child with this person. Same could go for single dads, but I feel like you kind of got to go about it the right way. 29 with 2 kids and an ex-wife, he speedrun life. He told you at the first date, so what's the problem? The problem is that he messaged me for like 5 days prior. You know? New guy have kids? If not, how promising does it look? Sorry if it's an invasion of privacy. I mean, the guy I recently went out with, no kids. It's hard to be seen as a person rather than just a parent. Potential partners often can't see past the children. Then I think that's not the right person for you, right? I don't think you would want to like try to force it to work with someone who would only see you as a parent retroactively. Because that kind of rubs the other person the wrong way. And I think then they're too immature to be with someone who has kids if they only see you as a parent and not a person. I also don't agree with this. I don't think you should just flat out not date people with kids. I think it depends on the person, depends on the situation. Yeah. I wouldn't go as far as to say he was like embarrassed of his kids. I could just tell it was that thing where he's like, usually girls don't like hearing about this right away, or like when I mention it too early, they stop talking to me. But like then that person isn't for you. That doesn't mean that you should be less forthcoming. Kids should be your number one priority, so even if you waited till the first date, you shouldn't have waited 1.5 hours when you were having such deep conversation about everything else. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. Bro, you know how on dating profiles, you usually get like 4 squares or 3 or whatever? One of my squares was Mimi. One of my squares is my cat. And he couldn't have made one of his children? His children? His 2 children? You know? It just makes me think, what? Also, again, I don't want to be mean. Sometimes I got a little bit. But I also wanted to share this story because I thought it'd be so interesting to hear your guys' take on it. You bring up your experience with the guy in the most reasonable, transparent way possible, and chat is like, LOL, so don't date guys with kids. I think that's just some people being extreme. My parents always told me to never date someone who has kids. So, for example, I'm a guy, so if I date a female with kids, then the father will always be in the image, and you never know when there will be complications between you and the dad. I don't agree with this. I think it's a case-by-case basis. Sometimes people divorce, and it is absolutely for the best. It's for the best for both parents. It's for the best for both kids, or the kid, or whatever, children. And they go about it really well. It is super, super case-by-case. I don't think it's good to generalize. Maybe he wanted to see your reaction face to face. It feels, and I'm sorry if this is, I don't mean it. Okay, it's not an assumption because I'm only talking about my feelings. It felt like he didn't respect my time and me enough to mention it sooner. You know what I mean? Like if he really, really respected my time and not wasting it, he would mention such a massive part of his life and like deal breakers and whatever pretty early on, in my opinion. Actually, yeah, that was another thing that he asked me about. He was like, do you have any deal breakers? Blah, blah. Like we talked about everything, before talking about his kids. I think because he wanted me to maybe say whether kids were a deal breaker or not. But it's like, don't beat around the bush. Be upfront. Do you have any deal breakers? Please don't mention kids. Please don't mention kids. Yeah. But Pokey, what if he felt like this was a convo that needed to happen in person? Like maybe he didn't want to have the kind of convo over message. I think if you meet someone through a dating app, like telling them you have kids is not some special conversation that you need to break to them in person. Usually, conversations that need to happen in person are like out of respect for the pre-existing relationship you have with someone. Now, what I mean by this is, for example, if you're dating someone, it's rude to break up with them over text because it's like, oh, our entire relationship was only worth a text breakup. Like, you won't even say it to my face. You won't have this conversation and experience with me face to face. I think that's not the same when you're just meeting someone and you are stating a literal fact about your life circumstances. But did she smack? No. When my dad was on dating apps before he met his fiance and my brother, me and my brother were in the majority of his photos. It's not that hard. That's so cute. Yeah, I think if you're upfront about things like that, like you're giving yourself the best shot to find someone that is okay with you having kids. Duh. Profiles are designed to showcase the major parts of your life. I would imagine children are supposed to be a major part of a good parent's life. Exactly. Only acceptable way to break up is to disappear and move to a different country. True, true, true. Aw, thanks. I think if you have kids, by not being upfront from the jump, the foundation of the relationship is built on lack of trust. A little bit. It just felt weird. Well, just don't get divorced, forehead. I don't think it would be bad to be with someone who's divorced or someone who has kids. They're upfront about their life. Whatever. He might have had a good reason as to why he didn't mention he's a parent, but the problem is how he tried to justify it and not mentioning an important part of his life. Yeah, who knows? I for sure think it's just those situations where like he knows less people will swipe on him if he has kids in his photos, so he just doesn't. Okay, but was the sushi good? It was pretty good. I wouldn't say Nobu's my favorite place, but still pretty good. Imagine how many dates this guy goes on that. I was thinking about this too. Dates that go nowhere because he's not upfront about his life, thereby wasting his own time. I completely agree. But maybe he enjoys going on these dates. Maybe it like, I mean, to be fair, going on a date is a little bit validating in that sense. But I don't think that's respectful to the other person. Maybe he's not comfortable putting his kids on the internet, but he should have been upfront once he got your number. Yeah, deadass, we texted for like 4 days. Like, you got all the time in the world to ask me all these questions, but you... Tell me about your kids. I don't know. Did he mention he was divorced upfront? No. He hit me with the double whammy of divorced 2 kids at once. But to be honest, like, I try quite hard to like force my brain to extremes of things. Like, if something throws me off guard, I force my brain to the extreme of accepting whatever it is and seeing how things go. I don't even think being divorced is like a huge deal. I actually don't. But yeah. That's not a date, that's an ambush. Does he not know who you are, or he could be watching? I have no clue. I have no clue, because we didn't follow each other on any social media. And I never like told him like my online handle and stuff like that. At least you got expensive free dinner. I split that motherfucking bill. Bet. Bet I split the bill. Bet I split the bill. Why though? I'm kind of always like that. And the reason why is because I'm just so aware that bad, you know, I don't want to say bad guys, but some guys, if you let them pay for all of your things, their expectations just do this and this and this and this until it comes to a point where you're like borderline indebted to them for paying for my meal. Nah. And so I never want to be in that situation. I'm lucky to be financially well off enough to be able to split the bill, pay for the bill, pay for everyone's bill in the goddamn restaurant. Like, I don't ever want to feel indebted to anyone ever. And that's why even if I enjoy the date, I'm splitting the bill. Because you took the time out of your day to come, I took the time out of my day to come. We are two human beings meeting in the middle. That's it. And I think it's reflective of like how I'd like a relationship to be. 50-50, equal efforts. Not like, I pay for your shit and so you owe me something else. Whatever that something else is. You know what I mean? Pay my bills. Honestly, sure. I don't know about you, but this sounds like a really bad whoop story. He may also have wanted for you to get to know him and feel how you guys were vibing before mentioning something as off-putting as kids. Like, you may have felt differently about being with him regardless of kids, but if you really liked him in person, as opposed to him dropping the kids convo through the app. Let me explain where you go wrong. I don't want to date a parent who thinks that their children are off-putting or thinks that they want to date someone who thinks that children are off-putting. If you got kids, you better love the fuck out of them and you better be with someone who doesn't find kids to be off-putting. So that's why your argument is just straight up invalid. Because even if you did mention to someone and they were put off, they're not the right person to date. It's that simple. You like pudding? Sorry. Putting. Off-putting. 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 Oh shit. I need to check if we're still playing in 15 minutes. Poutine. Okay, we'll see. Stepmom Pokey. Oh my god, can you imagine? If I was someone's stepmom, that's about to be the most spoiled kid in the fucking world. In the fucking world. The whole wide world. Like, you guys see the way I freaking spoil my cat? The most spoiled kid in the world. Okay? But not just financially, with love as well. With love as well. And a lot of electronics. Many games. Many games. But also, after the room tour video, it kind of made me realize, like, I've gotten so many messages of, please, if I die, God, incarnate me as Mimi, or Pokey's cat. Like, Mimi lives better lives than most of us. Which is maybe sad, but true. And so, I've started considering just adopting some of you guys. Is anyone interested? It'll be like a sugar mama, but with no strings attached. Like, I just want you to be happy. I just, you know, no, please don't touch me. I just want you to be happy. Adopt me, mom. Would the kid have 1 or 2 pillows? It's up to them, okay? Do they want 1 or 2? How many do they want? Nike, thank you for 35 months. Julio, thanks for 3 months. Wonderbright, thanks for subbing. Robo Racer, thanks for subbing. Does anyone have an update on the Sykkuno Vault thing? Because we might just push the thing to... we might just push Valo to tomorrow. If that's what's going on. Also, I'm curious if you guys had any other questions or comments about what happened. You have any thoughts on how to deal with breakups that you have been in for a while? Yo, TikTok's great for getting your mind off shit, for real. But aside from that, it really is just about... okay, you guys can tell me if this is, like, too optimistic. But if you and someone else broke up, likelihood is something wasn't working in the relationship. So, for me at least, sometimes it's helpful to literally write the things that went right and write the things that went wrong. And then I almost make up this person in my mind. I'm like manifesting a human being that suits me better. Yeah. Because reality is there's so many people out there, and you could probably find that person out there. Like, yeah, maybe the person I dated didn't like this or that about me, but I can find someone that did. It isn't easy, especially when that person isn't in front of you. But what are you gonna do? Stop living your life? Nah. I also think a really good piece of advice is instead of focusing so much on finding that person that you want to date, try to be the person that you want to date. Ooh, yeah. Be a person that you would want to date. Sykkuno said 7 or 8 p.m. Oh my lord. Maybe we just do tomorrow. Because I think once your goal is to be that person, you start attracting hella bitches. Have you guys ever noticed you know, your exes always come around when you're doing good. There's a reason why. People have a sense for that shit. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Is my ex doing... like, they have a radar. Once your ex starts doing well, they're just fucking zooming right back at you. But the same thing will work for new dating prospects. Yeah. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Mackenzie. I'm very curious if I heard you say you was on this dating app a month ago. Yeah. Sugar mommy, I need a GPU pretty please. That's not really a necessity. Besides the shady behavior, what was another big deal breaker? Okay, you guys can let me know if this is too... Iron Fist, thanks for the 5 gifted. If this is... too, socialist of me? I don't fucking know what to call it. Basically, the only other thing was, like, he was pretty hard stuck on the idea of, like, what's the word? I said it earlier, like couple goals, but like you're both bosses, kind of. A power couple, yes, sorry. He was pretty hard stuck on like the idea of a power couple. And he even said something like, he was like, yeah, at this point in my life, like, if a girl is okay with just being a hairdresser or doesn't have more ambition than that, I'm not really okay with that. And that kind of rubbed me the wrong way because I feel like it's such like a capitalistic view on something that is so personal, like relationships. I'm like, if I'm happy and my partner's happy and we're financially stable, I don't care if they're gardening all day. Who cares? And some people may love being a hairdresser, or like that's art to them, or they garner a lot of fulfillment or satisfaction from that. But in the moment, I tried really hard to kind of give him the benefit of the doubt of like, okay, maybe you're not trying to shade specifically that scenario. Maybe you're just trying to say like, you really want an ambitious person. But honestly, I'm at a point in my life where like money and traditional capitalistic success is not what I really, really value in a person. Like you could have all the successful companies in the world, and if you're a shit person, what the fuck am I gonna do with you? I don't care. I want someone that who's like conversation I really enjoy, who makes me feel like they add to my life, who makes me happy. And typically people who are like hard stuck on their jobs, hard stuck on making more money, hard stuck on very specific monetary or like number goals, typically those people don't spend a lot of time on themselves. They don't spend a lot of time learning how to care for others, how to be nurturing. You know, I mean, not that they can't, but I've realized over my years of living that it doesn't, like, I don't think it would bring me that much happiness to be like, yeah, I'm dating this person who has done all these things. Like, no, I want the person to bring me happiness. Us two, our relationship. Yeah. Does that make sense? I want them to like make me laugh and smile. I'm not gonna I'm just not gonna run around being happy that I'm dating the CEO of blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, you tell someone that and they're like, wow, that's cool. And you're somehow passively validated for 2 seconds. Versus someone who knows how to treat you well 24/7. Like, that's very different, I think. If a viewer dated you without knowing they knew you, then they revealed it later, how would you feel? I think you mean if a viewer dated me without telling me that they knew who I was and then they revealed it later, how would you feel? I think it depends how we went about it. Like, if they literally pretended like they didn't know me, I think that would be weird because it's kind of like a form of lying. But if they just like didn't bring it up until later or until I mention what I do and they're like, yeah, I've actually heard of you and this and that, I think that's fine. It depends. It depends if it crosses that line of pretending like you don't know who I am. That's when it's weird. When you are in a relationship and you think that this person is everything in your life and you do everything to last and have a future together and she ends everything and disappoints you without having done anything wrong, how do you overcome that when you still love her? Listen, if you didn't do anything wrong and this person told you you didn't do anything wrong, you just have to accept that sometimes things don't work out, especially relationships, especially because people can be at different parts of their lives and sometimes they're just not ready to treat someone the way that they deserve to be treated. Or they're not ready to be in a relationship. Like, that can just be the reality of the case. Does it feel terrible? Yeah. Does it hurt? Yeah. Is it gonna take some time and effort to move past? Yeah, but that's okay. That's totally okay. It's better to move past that situation than to be in a relationship with someone who's not ready or who isn't giving or who isn't reciprocating your efforts and what you deserve. I hope that helps. I don't want no scrubs together, king and wanna push to tomorrow at 5 or 2 or something. Yeah, we might just push it back. I really don't care if we play Val today or tomorrow or freaking ever. I'm 20, never had a GF besides pokimane body pill. At least that'll never hurt you. Unless you don't wash it. You should wash it. You should. It could be like stinky or like moldy or something. I don't know what you do, but yeah, wash it. Are you still seeing someone now? I feel so weird even talking about like dating and relationships publicly. Like, is that bad? Anyways, the other day I went on a date and I like dropped it at the end of my stream. I was like, deuces. So I was like, yeah, what, you know, well, I'm with someone. Guys, stop. Like, you can't talk to me about things that are actively going on in my life because I'm just a shy person, okay? I told you guys this story because it happened a month ago. Okay, stop. Don't look at me. Stop. Stop. Anyways, so the weather, eh? The weather, eh? It's just a side to me that you guys don't know at all, and so the weather, eh? Anything else you guys wanted to know? What happened to your eye? Okay, when I was applying mascara today, I stabbed myself in the eye, and I think there's leftover gunk. I know, that doesn't sound cute at all, but it's the reality of my situation. Ow. I wonder if I will ever be comfortable, like, being really, really, really upfront about my relationship status. I'm at a point where, like, career-wise, I kind of don't give a fuck, but a lot of my friends are, like, pretty against that sort of thing, or, like, don't fucking do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't do it. One of us goes in. But I'm okay with, like, telling you guys general stories and stuff, so yeah. Can Saikuno please respond on Discord? You know what? I think I'll just make the call. Yeah, Psych is doing a GTA thing that ran late. I'm just making the call. We're pushing it to tomorrow. Let's play tomorrow instead, if that's okay with everyone. Sorry for the inconvenience. We are on a month-long Poke-Life delay. That's such a good way to put it. That's such a fucking good way to put it. Any more bad date stories you're willing to share? Any suggestions for dating as someone who hates social media? Meet people in person, of course. Weather was chill until I found out I was single, by the way. But no joke, Obama finna be... What? What if he sells his kids? Would you buy them? If yes, I'm up for sale. If no, is anyone from your household looking to have a kid? My household is just me. Pokey, I have a mom and a mother-in-law, but I would trade both for you. Jeez. I think it would be so funny. Oh my god, maybe I can start a thing that's like adopt a viewer, where every month or every now and then, I'm gonna pick one of you guys and I'll just pay your bills for a month. Like how you sponsor a child. But it's me sponsoring you guys. To be fair, you guys have allowed me to get so many sponsors. Shouldn't I share the wealth? Thoughts? I'm kind of down. And then we could... You know how, like, those commercials where it's like, sponsor this kid, and it shows a photo and, like, a little bio and the hobbies they enjoy. And if you paid for their stuff, they could go to school and have clean water. I need you guys to send those in to me, where it's like an application to have your bills paid. This is what I look like. This is my age. These are my monthly bills. Holy, I think that'd be so... I don't know if that's like disrespectful in any way. I'm just doing this from a comedic point. Nah, no rush. We do tomorrow. What do you guys think? Give me a pen. We'll do like a Google form. Sorry, I think it's so cute. Like me 5 years ago in college, I would apply. And I would send in my phone and be like, hey, these are the games that I like. I'm studying engineering. My tuition is this month, this much this month. Yeah. Do you like living on your own? I've been fucking loving it. Like, I'm scared. What if I never want to move with people ever again? Oh no. It just feels so nice. I have people over when I want. I go out only when I want. And aside from that, I have so much peace of mind. It's just me and my cat and my fridge with only my food, with my leftovers, with my whatever I want. And I can go to my gym and just hang out and do what I need in the morning. And when I meditate, I can, and nobody's screaming in my ears. And like, wow. I think because the work portion of my life is so crowded, like really, really, really crowded. And it's like, I need this, need that. That having physical space from everything has been really, really nice. Really nice. Yeah. I don't want no scrub. Scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Sitting on the passenger side of his best friend's ride. Yeah, it's so nice to be able to choose when I have people around. Long distance relationship opinion. I think long distance relationships are difficult. They take two very devoted people and they require an expiration date. And what I mean by that is I think it's really hard to have a long distance relationship work out if neither person has plans to move to the other person or any way for them to join up. But if you guys can plan for that, then like you're good, you know. Any advice on self-love? A lot of educating, a lot of therapy. So for example, for me, like the most recent thing I was kind of struggling with is like post-quarantine, I probably gained some weight. Like everybody kind of gained some weight. But then I started thinking to myself, like, I think one of the best ways to practice self-love is to be reasonable with yourself in the same way you would be reasonable with anyone else. So I started thinking like, wait a fucking second. I've been stuck indoors for 1.5 years. Does it not only make sense for me to gain some weight? You know? It would be unreasonable to expect that you're gonna be as fit at the beginning of a fucking Panasonic as you are at the end, right? Furthermore, oh my God, there was this like yoga meditation thing that I listened to and it fucking made me cry. Like, pay attention to the things that make you cry because it says a lot about who you are. And the thing that she said in it was like, she was like, I don't remember it verbatim, so pardon my paraphrasing. But she said, imagine being okay with yourself, not when you lose 10 or 20 pounds. But imagine just being okay with your body as it is now and loving yourself for your body right now and your mind and your soul and your everything as it is right now with all of its flaws and imperfections. What if you are worthy of love at this very moment? Not when you reach a certain goal, not when you fix this habit that you're not okay with, not when you drop X amount of weight, not when you gain these clothes or get this haircut or whatever. What if you just force yourself to imagine that you're worthy of love as you are right now? And I think that was really, really nice to hear because I'm a very, very goal-oriented person, but I don't think that's a good way to look at your physical and mental, just your physical and mental being, because those things will do this throughout life. They just will. You're not going to forever do this. And I think sometimes it's hard if you're like, I used to be more fit, or I used to be more this, or I used to be more that. Like, you're fucking fine, okay? And you're the only one that notices most of the shit that you don't like about yourself. Yeah. Okay, sorry. The moment of preaching. Yeah. Valorant, I think we're gonna postpone it to tomorrow, which is maybe unfortunate, but it gives us a lot of time to do whatever the heck you guys want to do. We could watch some crime documentaries. I still have something in my eye. How can I fix this? I was recommended some from Big Boss Bose, and she knows her shit. She's been watching so many docs, and I especially want to watch one that I hope you guys haven't seen before. And yeah, she recommended a really good one to me, so if you guys want, we could do that. Eye drops, I don't even think I have any. I don't want no scrubs. Ain't getting no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side, his best friend ride. Pokey should host a Valorant tournament. Been there, done that. Down to do it again, though. Down to do it again. Down to do it again. I saw some in your makeup thingy in the vid if you still have them. Saw some what? Saw some what? Did you know there is around 40 million kangaroos in the world and only 8 million humans live in Ohio? Means if kangaroos decide to invade Ohio, you would need to fight 5 or 6 kangaroos. Would you survive? I mean, I'm a bad bitch, so kangaroos for sure can't kill me. They could try though. For everyone else though, I'm not really sure. So, I guess we'll see. Good thing I don't live in Ohio. I met my girlfriend on house party and now we are together over 2 months and now she wants to meet up every day and it's just way too hard. I don't know why, because I wanted a girl. Now I'm just, please, I want to be alone. What can I do? And please adopt me, by the way. I am the perfect stepson. DM me if you want to adopt me. Do you know the amount of people out there in here, in this chat, who would love to have that problem? A girl wanting to hang out with them too much? No, I'm just kidding. Everybody has their boundaries, and sometimes you can genuinely love a person and still need your alone time. It just requires communication and understanding and being like, listen, like, I love you, I want to see you soon. I just need a little bit of alone time. It has nothing to do with you. Be reassuring, but also make that boundary clear and understandable to her. And honestly, I know, especially when you're young, like there will be girls that just don't understand. He doesn't want to see me all the way in the but like, again, reasonable. And if she doesn't understand, then like that's unfortunate, but you have to balance prioritizing yourself and prioritizing your partner. I don't want no scrub. Also, another thing. Stop this. Stop this. Stop it. Stop. Let's try a little bit less, bad self-talk. It's something I'm really bad at too. Like if I'm looking for my phone and then I find it in my pocket, I'm like, oh, I'm so stupid. And I feel like that's so common, especially in internet culture, to just be self-deprecating all the freaking time. But it's actually not cute. Like aside from Twitter likes, it's not cute. It's not cute to be around someone who's constantly saying shitty things about themselves. And it's not good for your own mental health. You are implanting these bad ideas in your mind. There is like a certain magic, I won't say magic. There is a power to having more positive thoughts because it helps you look out for positive things in your life. For example, if you're constantly thinking, I'm alone forever, I am alone forever, likelihood is you're not going to go up to that cute guy that's been eyeing you down all damn day. So you're going to be like, oh, I'm just alone forever. There's no way they're interested in me. Whereas if you're thinking, oh, like, I'm going to keep working on myself until I find the right person for me. And like, hopefully then we can have a good relationship. And like, if you have this upbeat tendency, when you are offered these opportunities, you will be more aware of them and more likely to take advantage. Right. Guys, why am I having a preachy day? It's been so long since we did Dr. Pokey. Maybe that's why. Yeah, that's pretty funny. She's gotta be out there somewhere. You need to watch the... Yes, I think that's one she recommended. I am very interested. I wanna dye my hair, but I can't decide between purple, black, and blonde. Just edit it on like an app and then see which looks better on you. My favorite motivational speaker. Thank you very much. Genuinely curious, how do you read at... What? Chat too fast. Oh, like my brain just fucking processes it so quick. I've been doing this 8 years. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry guys. I have some crime docs lined up. I know it's about to go down, trust. How are you? I'm good. Oh, someone said in chat earlier. Actually, I want to discuss with you guys in a second, but I really need to pee first. Hold that thought. Hold it. Hello. This chat is beautiful. It sure is. I love my chat.
When you feel the world is over.
Yellow.
When you say you're feeling lonely. If you ever need a shoulder, you know where to find me.
Hi. Alright, back to talking shit. What's up? I got the thing out of my eye, by the way. It was literally a piece of string or something. Slow mode? I don't think we need slow mode. Nice biceps. You've been lifting a little bit. Hassan reacted to your house thing. He was funny as hell. Chat was being kind of weird, but it was a funny reaction to him in general. I think you should watch it, but, you know, do what you want. Your stream, I just want to tell you because I thought you'd find it funny. I did hear a lot of the things that he said, and it was fucking hilarious. Like, he said Mimi's gonna get sued for tax evasion and shit. It was good. What were you gonna tell us about? I don't remember. What do you guys want me to talk about? What do y'all want to hear? I'm here for it. Whatever you need. I'm a person of the people. I'm here for you. And then we can do React crime doc thingy. Don't worry. I got that shit lined up. But first, let's finish talking about our feelings. If that's what we're talking about. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. I remember. So I was gonna say, is it concerning if a person doesn't cry? I especially want to hear from the men in the chat, but also the ladies if they have experience. How do you, what do you guys think of that? I hope not. Are there some of you guys that just don't cry? Men should 100% cry. I mean, like, I agree, but what if someone just, like, is kind of unable to? And they agree that it's, like, not good and slightly frustrating, you know? I'm emotionally repressed, but I cried to the How to Train Your Dragon soundtrack. Some people aren't as expressive, but that doesn't mean they're not feeling sad. I know. Is there just something like bad about physically not being able to cry? It kind of is. I'm a man and I have no shame in crying and find it unhealthy for guys who don't or try not to. I've been unable to cry only after something that's been mentally draining for years. I have a friend who has never cried when a family member had died. Like, they are sad and upset but don't cry. Yeah, like, is that bad? Is that concerning? Or is it okay as long as they still have feelings? You know? Don't think so? Yeah, if you're not crying at all, you're probably detached IMO. Rarely cry, don't have much to cry about, TBH. I mean, that's different. I literally mean someone who like just has not cried their whole adult life. Unless under severe physical pain. Yeah, I try not to conclude anything about anyone because I'm not a fucking therapist. So I'm just curious about your guys' take. My ex refused to cry and expressed anger and said, okay, I think that's bad. But what if it doesn't come out in other ways like that? Last time I cried was when my grandma left us. It was 8 years ago. Haven't cried since. I think crying is for people who cannot control that emotion. People can express sadness in other ways like isolation, not much to it. I don't think I agree with you. Crying is just an expression of sweating in your eyes. I don't know about that one either. Yeah, not all people feel like crying is a way to express feelings, but no, it's a normal thing in certain people. I guess that's what I was curious about. Are there any of you guys that like you just don't cry? Especially because I cannot relate. I don't want to judge, but I also can't relate. A bitch cries at whatever. Sometimes people will look at me too nice and I'll just cry. What does it mean? Like, I will be at the grocery store and an old lady will call me honey and I'll just be like, you know? But I know I'm like a sensitive, emotional, hormonal being. So, just this is how I am. So I'm trying to understand. You motherfuckers in the chat that don't cry, explain. And what if it's not like a literally trying not to cry? Like maybe they just don't or can't. Are any of you guys like that? Was there a point at which that changed? Aww. Oh my god, I wish I could gift you a sub. Nobody ever deserves to feel this way. And I also want you to know, especially if you're young, if you have a bad birthday or you feel like people don't care or like you don't have a friend group that cares about you, just keep in mind like you are in the primary stages of your life. You haven't gotten that much opportunity to really maybe meet the people that are right for you or build a life out for yourself. Okay? Yeah. Anyway, sorry, we were saying I couldn't cry when my dog died and that sucked. Yeah, I think I've heard this sentiment from a lot of people where they're like, I couldn't cry and it felt bad. Oh, of course. I'm sort of like that. I don't cry in front of people, but there are nights where Okay, have any of you guys legit not cried for like 8 years? I want to see the 8-year Andes. 8 years, no tears, Andes. And if so, explain. Oui, depuis 2012, j'ai pas pleuré. Tu expliquais? Aw, I've gotten yelled at a lot in the phrase, I'll give you something to cry about, so I don't try to, but also when someone in my family died, I didn't cry and I felt bad. I don't think you should feel bad because you know, like, if you care deep down, that's all that really matters. I can't cry, haven't been able to in 8 years. I just feel an intense pain in my chest that goes away after a while. I wish I could just understand the difference between someone like you and someone like me who just goo goo gaga. Nope, I cry like 2 times a week. This me. This dead ass me. What would you think of a man if you saw him crying? I guess it depends on the situation. If you're crying at a funeral, what the fuck am I gonna judge you about? But if you're on my level, and let me just say, I hope this isn't like a sexist thing whatsoever. It's just like, I don't know if I could date someone who's as emotional as me. It's the kind of thing where you need a bit of balance. But I think crying for like appropriate reasons is totally fine and normal. And from the perspective of someone who cries a lot, like, it helps you get past it. Oh my God, it's like when you have food poisoning and you throw up. You know how you feel better quicker when you throw up? Being sad and crying, same thing. Same thing. Wow, I can't believe I never made that connection before. I feel like it makes a lot of sense though. Do you ever get frustrated at how much you cry? Sometimes I angry cry and I hate it. Yeah, but I'm just over it. You know, I've been annoyed by my emotional side for 12 years. And now I'm just like, this is who I am. And so I just meme it. Like you guys saw when I posted photos of myself crying, like I just laugh at it now. I'll be crying over fucking nothing and just take a photo of my dumb potato looking head ass and send it to my friends and we just laugh about it. Yeah. Hey Pokey, just a reminder to not forget all the NBs in the chat and that there's more people than guys and gals. True. Put the non-binary pals too. Much love to all non-binary people and people across the gender spectrum. Yeah. Pog, can't believe it's been 3 years of Poggers lol WRP lobby content. Thanks. When the F is Mew's birthday, it's going on my calendar right now. Oh my God, like I would cry at that. That's so cute. You know, someone in chat was sad because nobody remembered their birthday, and then someone else, who knows where, across the world was like, when's your birthday? I'm gonna put it on my calendar right now. That's what I mean. Like, you just haven't been exposed to the right people yet, and that's totally okay when you're young, and I know it can be so frustrating. I didn't make really, really good friends until my 20s. My hella 20s. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Rain. What if you're numb to the pain and sadness? I guess maybe there's a difference between crying and being numb to sentiments. Maybe it's okay not to cry or not to cry easily, but being numb to feelings is bad. I'm so sorry to hear about your meow meow. Did not cry until I was 15. Yeah. I feel like what I usually hear about is people being unable to cry, and then boom, they become more in touch with their emotions, and then they have a mental breakdown, and then they can do it. But if someone is like deep into their 20s and they're just like, yeah, I just don't cry, is that bad? Someone help me understand. Because me cry all the time. I haven't cried since the day I started high school. The stress from all those years has kind of desensitized me personally. Crying out just doesn't come naturally anymore. You know, that does make a lot of sense. It actually really does. I guess if I was in your shoes, maybe you're like, do I even want to be more sensitive? And I don't know, but I imagine for men, it's much more difficult to like resensitize yourself. Yeah. Thank you. I remember when my uncle's wife and kids died, he couldn't stand during their funeral. I can't even fathom such a loss. I really can't. Me, I tear up sometime, but not cry. For those that are like that, do you feel like it is reflective of a lack of connection to your sentiments, or do you just not cry? Like it's not reflective of an issue, it just is how you are. Hmm. Wait, allow. Um, do you, yeah, sometimes. Over the years though, I've tried to like get out of the habit of crying and stuff like that. I don't know why. No, it's a mental thing that I've been sort of diagnosed for. Interesting. I'm repressed as fuck. Aww. Aww. Bro, I can't believe we're all like, I can't believe how many people have crying stories where either you think you cry too much or you don't cry enough, or you went through some shit and this and now you can't cry, you cried way too easily and you feel bad about not crying. It's a lot. And can I just say, like, there's this term that I think I learned about in therapy called like the second arrow or second dagger or something like that, which essentially means like, even if you think something is wrong with you, feeling bad about yourself is only hurting you more. Like, you already initially feel bad about something and then being like, fuck, I am terrible or problematic because I cry too much, because I don't cry enough, because I'm repressed, because I'm this, because I'm... It's good to be self-aware, but being upset about how you are is really counterproductive to any progress. So I hope that you guys can accept, I mean, I hope that you can look at the chat and realize there are people on all parts of the crying and emotional spectrum, and all of those parts are valid and okay. And if you can progress emotionally and be more in tune with who you are, then that's good, and you can make that a priority. But you shouldn't feel bad about where you are, because clearly there is nothing that is like not normal. Yeah. Me no cry. I cried my pet died after a day of denying it. Oh, actually, there have been times where I've cried so much about an issue, that once like that friendship or relationship or whatever ends, I don't cry at all. Which is weird. It's almost like if you have a sick family member and you've cried about them being sick so many times and then they actually pass away and you don't cry at all. I've had that happen to me before, which again, for someone who cries a lot is weird. But I think we all process things differently. Aww. Everybody need a hug? Are you concerned that someone you know is a psychopath? Maybe not psychopath. Psychopath is a bit much, I think. I think if that was the case, like it would be something all of our friends talk about, kinda. But no, I don't think so. I'm crying because OTV hasn't posted yet. I think we posted recently, right? We did like that food challenge. Coming from someone who doesn't cry, it's not that we don't feel emotional or not cry inside, but me, for example, I just physically can't cry. You're in another LSF post. Rice is talking about you. Oh, jeez. Let's see. Which post?
Oh shit, you got some old shit too. So you're saying if I'm the same person from some old shit, are you the same person on some old shit? Like no, she go be like, that's not me. I learned, I didn't know. Now I'm different. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but I can't say that. Like I can't be like, yo, that was me when I was in high school. I was being stupid. I learned. I grew up. I matured. You know what I'm saying? Like that like that's what I'm saying. But obviously you finna get banned for talking shit.
Oh
but
shit!
She brought up my that rape comment.
I'm covering
thing, like,
him. Sorry.
She didn't.
Okay. I think what he's talking about. Basically, when he was talking to Cutie, he was memeing on her, like saying that she's like joking about sexual assault or something. And then I brought up the comment that he made a long time ago, but I did mention he apologized for him. So it's a situation where like, no, Rice, I'm not saying you haven't changed or whatever. People can learn and grow. I'm saying that if you are cognizant of the mistake you made in the past, maybe you shouldn't say other people are making that mistake too. Does that make sense? Of course, people can live and grow and whatever the fuck. Anyways. Someone said there was another post, but they said 6-1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I don't think there's another post that I'm in from what I know. You can let me know. Okay, I get all the little RGSs in chat. Also, I don't know why people are spamming BLM. I think it's okay to call people out for stuff you've done as long as you do it from a place of understanding and don't try to act superior. I agree, but the way he was talking to Cutie was very much from the perspective of being condescending and acting like he's superior. And I think it's just not his place to do that. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Rice Gum, for sending all your little viewers here. Much appreciated. Have fun causing drama with every other Twitch streamer like you've been doing on LSF the last 2 or 3 weeks since he came back to streaming. I don't think he cares about any of this. I think he just does it because it makes clips and brings views, and that's really it. That's really it. Which, you know what? Not a bad tactic. Good luck, have fun. But to me, I watch Crime Duck. Also, thank you guys for discussing so much with me. The date stuff, the crying stuff, all the stuff. Thank you very, very much. And I feel like everybody has seen JCS. You guys have already seen those, haven't you? So I wanted to show you guys one that's not JCS, because we've already seen, like, a lot of you guys have already seen it. So I want to create some new content. Beep boop. So the one I was recommended, let me type it in. Oh, I'm so excited. It's this one. So different channel, different doc, brand new. Okay, are we ready? Depressed NPC, think of the 4 months. How much water are you drinking on a daily, and do you feel a significant difference in how you feel when you don't drink enough? Yep, I do. I drink about 1 to 2 of these. I think this is like 60 ounce. So 60 to 120 ounces. 120 on like a really good day. And I will take sub mode off soon. I just don't like drama in my channel. But I will agree with Rice and his viewers on the fact that, like, people do change if you apologize for what you did in the past. Yeah, it's totally fine. Oh my god, it's only 24 minutes. I'm like disappointed. They're usually like an hour. Yeah, the chat vibes were so nice before. I was surprised. Everybody was like sharing their deep secrets and issues. It will be 2 hours. No, it won't. This will be quick. Right, guys? I'm sure I don't even pause things much. Also, if anyone does have really good recommendations, because I didn't know this would only be 30 minutes. She did recommend one other from JCS. I just don't know if you guys want to watch it because I'm a little bit late to doing this. Yeah. No Valo today. We were gonna play Valo, but it got postponed because Saikuno's GTA thing got postponed. So instead we're gonna play tomorrow. Yeah. I guarantee you pause within the first 30 seconds. I won't. Watch.
Theranos began as a startup of almost mythical proportions and goals in 2003.
It's just an incredible morality tale.
Oh, wait.
A woman once hailed as a
so
Silicon Valley visionary is facing federal fraud charges tonight.
Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes has now officially been indicted on federal wire fraud charges. The U.S. Attorney's Office accusing her of engaging...
Imagine building a company that everyone thought would change the world, but ended up being one of the biggest frauds in history. Theranos, the company started in 2003 by Stanford dropout Elizabeth Holmes, was just that, They fooled everyone, receiving over $600 million of funding in the process. What Theranos promised was a revolutionary blood analyzer that could run hundreds of tests just from a finger prick in the comfort of your own home. However, this story isn't one of great success or inspiration. This story is about deceit, fraud, manipulation, and a CEO who would stop at nothing to get her goal. This is the story of Theranos, a company once worth $9 billion, and the story of how it all came crashing down in one of the worst disasters in Silicon.
Have you guys seen The One? I'm admitted in, by the way, I'm allowed to pause. Have you guys seen I think it's called The One on Netflix? It's about basically a thing like this where like you send in your DNA and they tell you who your soulmate is genetically speaking. So that's what this reminds me of. And they obviously in the show were like a $1 billion company type of thing.
In Valley history. What exactly was Theranos and how did it go so horribly wrong?
Should I go top left?
Elizabeth Holmes was born to a well-connected family with a rich history. From a young age, Elizabeth knew what she wanted in life, to be a billionaire.
Sure. Okay.
At age 18, she went on a Stanford-run tour of China, where she met a man 20 years her senior called Sonny. Sonny immigrated from Pakistan and had some success in the dot-com boom of 1999, pocketing $40 million in the process. He had what she wanted, money and the status of a successful entrepreneur. Sonny would later play a big role in Elizabeth's company. During another trip to Asia, Elizabeth witnessed the SARS outbreak. From that point,
a block thing. Okay, we need to get on the same page before we start React Andrea-ing. Subtitles, yes or no? Because I can adjust them and probably make them prettier. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, but I would want to make them like in the middle. Oh, there we go. Pink subbies. Okay, we could just make them like this. But honestly, the blue stands out pretty well too. Yeah? But I also think font size should be a bit smaller. Okay, that's nice. That's very, very nice. And then, is there a way to make it... Oh.
she came home to
Oh, is this good? Yeah? Valo is unfortunately no longer happening, but it was postponed to tomorrow. Is blue too distracting? What do y'all think? Does match my pants. And is this zoomed in? I think it might be. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. I'll give you guys some options. We got range. Options. Font. Ooh, we could do like this. No. Do like we could do like Supreme. Boom. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, it does look like YouTube. Background color. Yo, magenta just... Both of these stand out quite a bit. Alright, let's do blue, and then you guys can let me know.
determined to change the
what
world.
you think.
Upon returning home, she didn't leave her room for 5 days and slept 2 hours a night while working on a patent idea. The idea was to create a wearable patch which could continually test the blood of the wearer and admit the right dose of medicine in real time.
Interesting.
Filled with determination, she dropped out of Stanford at age 19 and started her own company. The early days were not glamorous. The office of the new company was in a part of town known for shootings. One day, while in her car, Elizabeth was shot at, with the bullet just narrowly missing her. Despite this, she received a $1 million seed investment from her old neighbor, who had made some money investing in Hotmail. Early on, Elizabeth rode on the reputation of her investors. However, when it came to investors that specialized in medicine, she struggled to convince them as her lack of knowledge started showing. It wasn't a surprise because she had only spent a few semesters at university. So for most tech entrepreneurs, this kind of thing isn't a big issue.
Why did she drop out of university to pursue something in the medical field without being adequately knowledgeable about it?
For example, Mark Zuckerberg only needed to master coding as a child, and he could have struck it big with little university knowledge. On the other hand, medicine and chemistry are fields that require decades of knowledge and research to find a breakthrough.
Do.
Regardless, by the end of the year, Elizabeth had nearly $6 million in funding, and her idea had changed. Now, the blood testing would be done by a cartridge and reader system. Here's how it was supposed to work. Patients would prick their fingers, storing blood in a small cartridge. Pushing this cartridge into a machine would run the tests. The Theranos machines envisioned would perform tests on the spot and beam information via the internet to a lab where personnel would interpret the results and send a report back. Traditionally, the current industry procedure was to draw a syringe full of blood from a vein and physically send the sample to a lab. The old way used large machines the size of several business photocopiers, and the results would take a few days to get back from a doctor.
Speeding up a process like this
Theranos would try to scale down
profitable.
the components of these massive machines to fit into a box the size of a personal computer. Theranos was going to make this process faster, more comfortable, and completely bypass the need for a doctor. In this particular medical field, there are many components that are used to test blood, each of which performs a different type of test. For example, one test shoots a beam of light into the sample blood and measures the light reflected, while other tests require chemical reactions. Now this is the big lie and the problem with Theranos. There were several issues that made the Theranos machines nearly impossible. Firstly,
I'm really saddened to see like so many hate viewers from RiceGum's channel forcing me to go into sub mode. It's just sad. Like, and I hope I don't need to set the record straight, but of course we wholly support the BLM movement. I've never, like, you know, there's just been no question about that ever. And it's annoying that he's trying to fuel hate or negativity towards my channel. You're African, Elmeo. Because of... I understand if it's frustrating for him that I brought up something that he said in the past, but I also mentioned that he apologized for it. My point is that for someone who made the types of mistakes that he made in the past, why was he being so rude and condescending to Cutie? I think that was very rude of him. That's really all I have to say. And I'll just have to sub mode until Rice stops trying to talk shit for viewership. The Jeepo thinks 7 ink, thank you. By the way, to any of my viewers, don't send him hate. Don't go to his channel. Don't do whatever. I know he's just doing these things because obviously he likes the drama and whatever else.
The components would interfere with each other when placed in close proximity due to a magnitude of problems including heat, light, and electrical activity. Next, to have sufficient volume of test samples from only a pinprick on a finger, the drops of blood had to be diluted. Over-diluted samples gave inaccurate results and was outside the detection
Sorry, I'm just reminded of when he was like
hardware.
gonna fight Hassan or some shit.
So in short, for the technology to be possible, Theranos had to make major breakthroughs on all fronts of blood analysis. They had to do all of this while only reporting to Elizabeth, who didn't really have the knowledge.
Who was 19 and dropped out of
Skipping forward
Stanford.
to 2006, Theranos had some momentum and a prototype called the Theranos 1.0. Elizabeth enlisted engineers to design a new version called the Edison. However,
Edison!
no Theranos machine would ever be accurate or capable of performing the full range of tests that Elizabeth claimed. Elizabeth started to push the engineering team manager to
All
make
I'm
the
hearing
Edison
is
development
scam,
run
scam,
24/7.
scam.
When the manager refused, stating that the engineers were overworked as it is,
that just me?
Elizabeth hired a parallel engineering team and pitted the two teams against each other in a survival of the fittest race. This kind of thing was actually a tactic that Steve Jobs also used with the original Mac and the iPhone. But in Theranos' case, the losing team would be fired. Elizabeth also started doing some ethically questionable things, such as running a pilot test on cancer patients with the company Pfizer. She knew the product didn't work yet, but insisted on running real tests on people that had serious illnesses. To highlight how serious this was, blood tests are
Moderna
usually
gang,
used
I'm
to
Pfizer
increase
gang.
or decrease a patient's
Yep,
dosage
Pfizer
of medication
gang.
or diagnose conditions which may require immediate action. Doctors use lab results to base 70% of their decisions on. If the results are false, it could be fatal. Of course, the only reason the cancer trials went ahead is that Elizabeth had been outright lying to investors and clients about how well the product actually worked. The same year, the company's CFO discovered that Elizabeth had
I feel like someone must have told her, like, oh, do you want investors and money and you want this to keep going? Just lie about how good it works and hope that it works better in the future. Not gonna lie, I think that's like a decently common thing in business. It's almost like Ponzi scheme level of investing. You get more investors to pay back your old investors by faking like how good your product is. Danzy, Artvivo, thanks for 5 months. Sarah, thanks for the 40. Zaliukas, thanks for subbing. Janique, thank you. Kevin, thank you. Rice started a war between every big time YouTuber and streamers. Yeah, I'm just not interested. I'm really just not. Leastman, thanks for subbing. All I said was the way he was. For someone who cannot be on a high horse because he's made mistakes that he has apologized for, I've made mistakes that I've apologized for, like, he shouldn't be trying to dunk on Cutie for mistakes he's also made. That's all I said. Or calling her irrelevant. Dude, like, just don't like, Poggers community, we stick together, you know? You can't shit on Cutie and expect me not to say anything.
had been lying. He told her to stop. Instead of agreeing, she fired him on the spot. After this, Elizabeth never hired another chief financial officer again, leaving the position vacant for
Wait,
CFO
what?
to simply worked. The same year, the company's CFO discovered that Elizabeth had been lying. He told her to stop. Instead of agreeing, she fired him on the spot.
my
After
God.
this, Elizabeth never hired another chief financial officer again, leaving the position vacant for a
Imagine.
decade.
Your employee finds out you're
In
CFO.
2007, there was no
And so you
bigger
just
Silicon
fire him.
Valley
Don't worry
star
about
than
it.
Steve Jobs. Elizabeth had started developing an obsession for Jobs. An employee even found a newspaper cutout on her desk where someone called her the next Steve Jobs.
That's
The
cute.
obsession bordered on insanity. For example, after she found out that Steve scheduled marketing meetings on Wednesdays, she would do the same with the same marketing firm that Steve used. She would even recruit a few Apple employees.
She had a
One of
crush.
this included one of Steve Jobs' oldest friends and the former senior vice president of software at Apple,
Obsession.
Avi
That's a bit
Tavanian.
more than a
He
crush.
even went out of
Yeah.
retirement to join the Theranos board.
It is also kind
The
of
board
creepy.
of Theranos was made up of a star-studded panel. Don Lucas, who mentored the founder of Oracle, was the chairman. One day, Elizabeth wanted to restructure the company's shares, which would give her majority voting rights. Ex-Apple employee, Avi, who was on the board, didn't think that this was a good idea, and paired with the information that he'd received from employees about the problems during testing, he felt like he had to do something. He spoke with Don Lucas, the chairman, but this resulted in Avi resigning after he felt that his advice fell on deaf ears. Elizabeth had the board wrapped around her
This
finger.
sounds like
she was
such
a
a
master
mess.
manipulator. She spoke in a low baritone voice in order to be taken more seriously.
The question was, as a 19-year-old, how do you go about the process of convincing people that you know what you're doing? It's about finding people who believe in you, because
It's about finding people who believe in you.
To have someone who doesn't believe in you backing you, because that's not going to result in a good situation.
It's not
On
going to
occasion,
result
she
in a
forgot
good.
to put
Oh
on
my
the voice and
god!
was caught
That's me in Valorant solo queue. Do I sound like that? Oh no. It's that bad? Because sometimes I deadass think I sound decent. I'm like, yeah, they believe me. I come off as a guy, for sure, easy. But it sounds like that? She sounds doped up. You don't.
Using a natural voice before realizing and dropping several tones.
No, it hasn't. Well, if I use traditional words to describe what we're doing, it's hard because people then associate it with conventional processes for analyzing drugs.
Actual fake voice.
Shortly after the company moved to a prime location in Silicon Valley, a new member of the sales team soon found out that the financial projections were based off pilot tests that weren't honest. The issue was brought to the board, who ran an emergency meeting and decided to fire Elizabeth. 2 hours after they brought her in to tell her the decision, she had convinced them to reverse it.
Oh.
This incredible power of persuasion is another reason why Theranos went so far with no real working technology.
She looks
Shortly
crazy
after
a
the
little
meeting,
bit. She got them
Elizabeth
crazy
fired
eyes.
those who raised the alarm. By this stage, employees leaving or being fired was common. In fact, all employees who came from Apple would leave in just a couple
That's
of years.
not a good sign, ever.
Around this time, an old family friend, Richard Fuers, created a patent for a method of transmitting information from blood testing machines to doctors. He did this out of revengeful spite for not being asked advice when Elizabeth started the company in his field of expertise. He was a doctor who sold his medical demonstration video company for $50 million.
He made the thing she claimed to have.
In a few years' time,
essentially.
Richard would go to court with Theranos over the patent he made, which in private he called the Theranos Killer. Richard's patents wouldn't go on to kill Theranos, but his actions would. By 2009, Sunny, the millionaire Pakistani immigrant, was now Elizabeth's boyfriend and had joined the company as second in charge. Sunny came from a software background and had little.
Don't date your investors, bro. Or you're second in charge at your company. No. And even more so, don't date the person you're investing in. Power couple. Stop. Stop.
Knowledge of the inner workings of a medical company. He claimed to have written 10 million lines of code while at Microsoft.
Congrats on
but
8
the
mil.
average
We're not at
developer
8 mil yet. It
Microsoft
just
only writes
rounded
1,000
up.
lines a
Thank
year.
you.
He also boasted of having extreme wealth and only coming to work because he wanted
Aw.
to. He also had a habit
Hi,
of latching onto
Zaya.
buzzwords and using them despite
pronounce
little
that
knowledge
right.
of the topic. Engineers would use terms out of context to see if we'd continue to use them. He did. But Sunny knew how to control people. He was feared within the company. He constantly fired people and let his tempers flare. 2010 saw a whole lot of money
I feel
pouring
like that's
into
such a
Silicon
lame
Valley.
tactic
Facebook,
to like
Twitter, and Uber were all taking off.
feign
Meanwhile,
control.
Walgreens and
just firing
Safeway had
people.
both entered talks with Theranos to partner and create wellness centers. These were sections in their stores where patients could get blood tests. Theranos presented Walgreens with 192 different tests that could be performed by their Edison machine. However, only about half of them were even theoretically possible. The only proof that the technology worked was a review from Johns Hopkins Medical School. The document was only 2 pages long and summarized a meeting where Theranos showed the university representatives some data results. No actual testing was done on the machines themselves. But Theranos was hot stuff, and Walgreens had the fear of missing out and letting their competitors land a partnership. Elizabeth also made such an impression on the Walgreens and Safeway executives that they trusted every word she said.
What the
Combined,
fuck?
Safeway and Walgreens gave Theranos a.
That's crazy because it is a product that doesn't even work. Can you believe getting this far being in Walgreens with a product that's not even tested?
$105 million in investment and loans. Around this time, Elizabeth realized that the Edison wasn't good enough, so she commissioned the Minilab, the third iteration of the blood testing product. Meanwhile, Sunny intimidated employees and watched CCTV footage of them to see
Edison
exactly
feels
how long
bad,
people
man.
were working. One time, he told an employee that he would, quote, fix him after finding that he'd only worked 8 hours per day.
He's
Elizabeth backed up the decision,
filming
stating to employees,
his employees.
that, quote, if anyone here believes that you are not working on the best thing humans have ever built, or if you're cynical, then you should leave, end quote. Basically, anyone who agreed with
This show shit don't even work. Uncle Tom takes 7. I'm too raw. Flo, your row boosted. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Elizabeth got promoted, and those who doubted got fired. By 2012, Safeway wasn't doing well. They had poured $350 million into renovations of store space
You
across
can't
their store
bullshit
locations
your
in
way to this
anticipation for the
extent.
Theranos
You will get
machines.
in so
They were
much
only met
trouble.
with constant launch delays and excuses. When Theranos did start accepting Safeway employee samples, they were tested on existing commercial third-party machines in a lab. But Safeway was lied to and given the impression that all of these tests were being performed on Theranos Edison machines.
They weren't even running most of the tests on the Theranos devices, and most of the tests were being run on third-party machines.
Did Ms. Holmes know at the time that Theranos could not do all those tests?
She knew.
Meanwhile, Theranos' lawsuit from Richard, the jealous family friend and medical doctor,
if you're gonna fuck around with something like this, don't
he was
make
serious about
it
taking Theranos down.
medical.
He hired the same lawyer that worked on the deposition case
You're
of
playing
Bill
with
Gates,
people's
and
lives.
the cost, $1,000 an hour. A pivotal point for Theranos' downfall came with the subpoena of Ian Gibbons, who had led the chemistry team since 2005. In May of 2013, Ian was notified by Theranos that in just 2 days' time, he would be involved in Richard's trial. He feared that anything that he might say may put the company in jeopardy and expose the lies. Ian was miserable at Theranos and had just been demoted, but feared that leaving as a 67-year-old would make it impossible for him to get another job. The next morning, Ian's wife, Rochelle, found him in the bathroom having overdosed on medication. He died a week later in hospital. Back at Theranos, in a display of the coldest heart, Elizabeth didn't return Rochelle's call about the death of her husband. Elizabeth informed only a small number of employees about Ian's passing and loosely mentioned.
I think one of the things that like genuinely breaks my heart the most is workplace related suicides. I think because it feels like one of the things that is like the most preventable and like societally driven.
Mentioned hosting a service.
You ever tell your parents a lie and then you have to double and triple down on it because you were afraid of getting in trouble? That's what this lady did with the whole ass company. Yeah, but it's like at some point, I feel like you need to be disconnected with reality to not consider, one, the potential of you getting sued for all the money that investors are putting into it, and two, because like lab tests are so important, you could be ruining people's lives and likelihoods of recovering from diseases and stuff.
This was never carried out. She seemed to have just brushed off Ian's death pretty casually. After spending $2 million in the case, Richard settled in a massive blow to his pride. This would fuel the fire in Richard that would eventually bring down Theranos. During this period, Theranos was still carrying out tests on third-party machines and desperately trying to get results. This included stacking 6 mini-labs on top of each other to get a higher throughput of tests. The additional heat generated actually hindered the accuracy of tests further. But Theranos didn't have time to work on their technology. They had already promised their machines to the world, and they had a $140 million contract with Walgreens, which required them to launch by February 2013, and they were 4 months overdue. The lies continued. The financial forecasts that Sunny gave to investors were 10 times higher than the internal forecasts of the company. These numbers were completely fabricated as Theranos
just added a fucking 0 to our forecast.
Was operating without a CFO for the last 7 years, ever since he was fired. Theranos' board, as always, was still stacked with high-profile reputable names, so no one doubted the company.
No, she actually
this
thought the
included
machines would
former
work.
US Secretary of State
Delusion.
Henry Kissinger, former Director of US Office of Management and Budget George Shultz, and future Secretary of Defense Jim Mad Dog Mattis had all joined the board.
Jim Mad Dog Matters.
Very politically connected by this stage. Elizabeth even threw Hillary Clinton a fundraiser for her 2016 campaign. Money just kept pouring in. Partner Fund put $94 million in shares. Rupert Murdoch chipped in $125 million. The Walmart brothers put in $150 million. The DeVos family put in another $100 million. This gave Theranos a
Money
$9
is like
billion
not real to these
valuation,
companies.
and Elizabeth was worth $5 billion alone. The shortcomings of the technology were well known within the company, but employees were usually too scared to do anything, fearing retaliation from Sunny, Elizabeth, or the company's lawyers.
I'm surprised these kind of things
forced to
didn't
sign
go.
confidentiality agreements when they
NDAs, of
started,
course.
and again,
I was
when
like,
they
why
left.
did nobody
This stopped a lot of people from
like,
taking
leak?
action. Tyler Schultz, grandson of the board member George Schultz, was in a more privileged position. He noticed the issues at Theranos, and after falling on Sunny and Elizabeth's deaf ears, he quit. He tried to talk to his grandfather. He told George about the Edison's inaccuracy and the constant failing of quality control tests. He told him about how Theranos had duped everyone by testing samples on existing third-party commercial machines and not Theranos' own Edison machines. Incredibly, Elizabeth had put such a spell on George Schultz that he would disregard everything his grandson Tyler told him.
Oh my god. Bro, what was she doing? What was she doing to these old investor guys to put a spell on them? What were you doing?
2004.
That is actually so odd.
Fortune magazine released a front-page story titled, "This CEO is out for blood." This rockets Elizabeth to celebrity status, and from this point, she is constantly making media appearances. Forbes,
How do I
USA
not
Today,
remember any
NPR,
of this?
Fox Business, CNBC,
I'm curious
CNN,
what her TED
and
Talk was
CBS
like.
News all
Just a
took
bunch
their
of
turn
bullshit.
to cover the success story of the youngest ever self-made female billionaire. Barack Obama made Elizabeth the US ambassador for global entrepreneurship, and she was added to the board of fellows at Harvard Medical School. Elizabeth enjoyed the fame. She grew her security team to 20. Her office was redesigned to look like the president's Oval Office, complete with bulletproof glass. Elizabeth spoke on
Not Obama too, bro. TED Talk Elizabeth. What the fuck was her last name?
I am a writer. Writing books is my profession, but it's more than that, of course. It is also my great lifelong.
Wait, is
love.
this her?
Afraid you're never
Oh,
gonna have any-
wrong Elizabeth. Wrong Elizabeth. I saw the black turtleneck and I just assumed. I was gonna say, why does this have so many upvotes? It's for sure this one.
I believe the individual is the answer to the challenges of healthcare.
Why does
But we
she
can't engage
talk like a robot? What the fuck? The recent YouTube added 2x playback. Let's go. Oh, well, actually, this is only 2 minutes long.
the individual in changing outcomes unless individuals have access to the information they need to do so. The right to protect the health and well-being of every person, of those we love, is a basic human right. A right defined in the United Nations Universal Declaration on Human Rights. Yet in the United States today, healthcare is the leading cause of bankruptcy. And the lack of it,
Says the bitch scamming
the leading cause
billions
of the
out
suffering
of people.
associated with finding out
That
too
shit
late
woke me up. The fuck?
in the disease progression process
Man?
that someone you love is really, really sick.
Is really,
I grew up
really sick.
spending summers and the holidays with my uncle.
SD coins. Snappy
I
thanks for subbing,
remember
Cornbat,
his
thank you,
love of
welcome.
crossword puzzles and trying to teach us to play football. I remember how much he loved the beach. I remember how much I loved him. He was diagnosed one day with skin cancer.
Didn't ask. Sorry, I'm just confused because she does not sound that persuasive or elegant or interesting, so I'm confused as to how she convinced all of these people to continuously invest in her regardless of her company's shortcomings.
This is what happens when you work to change.
Guys, Guys. How can I... I'll take $1 billion.
Change things, and
She sounds like a man, that's why I trust her, Cap.
first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world.
Research has shown that women with lower pitched voices are viewed as stronger, more competent, and more trustworthy. Has a naturally high-pitched female voice, but intentionally lowers her voice because of this reason. That's been identified as a sociopathic
the journal would publish something like this.
Her voice, her deep baritone voice, was that fake too?
According to my sources, it was an employee who joined the company in 2011, had a meeting with her shortly after he joined, and it was late in the day, and they were finishing up the meeting, and she sort of expressed her excitement that he had recently joined, and as she got up, she forgot to put on the baritone and...
Has accidentally used her real voice in public once during a podcast.
No, it hasn't. Well, if I use traditional words to describe what we're doing, it's hard because
Yeah, that's the same clip that they used in this, but it's still just crazy to hear the difference. You know?
No, it hasn't. Well,
no, it hasn't. That sounds like the TTS voice, and then boom.
If I use traditional words to describe what we're doing, it's hard because people then associate it with conventional processes for analyzing drugs in development.
On a TED Talk about her idea to change the world. She said soon no one would have to say goodbye too soon, and went on to tell the audience of a heartfelt story about how her uncle had passed away from cancer. But of course, the TED Talk was merely an act. In reality, she wasn't even close to her uncle and had just exploited his death for her narrative. Meanwhile, cracks were beginning to crumble the empire.
Bro, she swaps
Richard, by the
voices
stage,
like
had created a
dudes
gang
when
of
a girl
Theranos
joins
skeptics,
the
including
Discord
Ian's widow,
voice.
Rochelle. They collected information and then took it to John Carreyrou at the Wall Street Journal.
Hey.
As John began investigating,
what's up, hey?
countless
Like,
sources
yeah, you wanna
and
join our
former
squad?
employees came out of the woodwork. They anonymously provided information about the story. Theranos attacked everyone who was talking. They used their pile of money and they threatened to sue everyone else who spoke to the Wall Street Journal. They even hired private investigators to stalk anyone they suspected.
So
Several letters were sent to the Wall
spooky.
Street Journal to try and kill the story, threatening defamation lawsuits. Rupert Murdoch, the owner of the Wall Street Journal and investor in Theranos, was asked by Elizabeth to personally kill the story. He refused, stating,
Thought they were gonna say kill like the whistleblower or the person talking. Is that just me? That's what my mind went to when I heard kill.
that he had confidence in the editors to handle the truth, whatever it may be. The reaction from Theranos was intense, and the story wasn't even out yet. Business as usual continued at Theranos. Elizabeth was making White House appearances often then, but under the veneer, the
insane.
machines could still only do a small number of tests, and were inaccurate with even just those. Theranos continued to demonstrate the mini-lab for VIP guests. They pricked their finger, then waited until they left, and then went on to use existing commercial third-party lab machines to return the results.
Fucked up.
Vice President Joe Biden even paid Theranos a visit. He was shown a fake lab that was set up just for the visit. He was impressed, saying that it was the lab of the future, and praised Theranos. The dark truth about Theranos was finally unveiled in the Wall Street Journal article of October 15th, 2015. It was a bombshell. All the major news articles picked it up. People began questioning Theranos and its secrecy. Elizabeth took it all in her stride, not shying away from the questions, but instead outright lying to the public. It appeared that she thought everyone would just believe her again, but this time it was different. Now people were asking serious questions.
And just this morning, the Wall Street Journal ran a pretty scathing article about the company, alleging that the company's proprietary testing devices may be inaccurate, and basically accusing Theranos of deceptive practices. To Elizabeth Holmes, the founder and CEO of Theranos, to give her a chance to answer the charges raised in the article. Ms. Holmes, welcome back to Mad Money.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
What do you think's going on here?
This is what happens when you work to change things, and first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world. And I have to say, I
The voice
personally
thing
was
is
shocked
really
to see that
freaking
the
me
journal
out.
would publish something like this.
Just as the story had been published,
It
the
really,
FDA
really
made a
freaks
surprise
me out.
inspection at Theranos. In further investigations, it was found that the Theranos Edison blood testing machine only performed 12 out of 250 tests. And even though
Bitch 12, you're not even passing. You're not even passing. You're at like 5%.
those produced wildly erratic
Bruh.
results. Now, Theranos was in full damage control.
That's a straight
Elizabeth
F,
broke up
yeah.
with Sonny and fired him. A criminal investigation was
Broke up
underway,
with
and a
Sonny
probe
and
by the
fired
Securities and
him.
Exchange Commission was also proceeding. The investors began suing Theranos one by one.
Mhm.
Partner Fund sued for $100 million. Walgreens for $140 million. Elizabeth had to close the trial lab and had to pay $4.5 million to Arizona State, where most patients had received testing.
It's like,
Theranos had
they think they can just fake it forever. Like, no, there's a thing called the law and suing.
avoided nearly 1 million lab results. 10 patients would sue Theranos for medical battery. But shockingly, amongst all of this, Elizabeth never apologized. It seemed to her merely a mistake along the way which could be fixed.
Crazy, crazy.
So Elizabeth and Sonny both
Oh
knew
my
what
god,
they were
just
doing.
the way she's looking.
Lying to investors, their clients, the regulators, patients, and even their own board. No one outside can be blamed for not realizing the fraud ahead of time. Even the board, made up of seasoned professionals, was masterfully manipulated into giving Elizabeth 99.7% of the
I
voting
actually
rights.
don't get
She
that.
seemed, by all accounts, a sociopath, willing to stop at nothing to make her company a success, not caring who or what got in her way, and who knows how far the lie could have gone. She continued with all smiles and lies even after the truth came out. Elizabeth's actions could be a microcosm, a case for a modern problem in society where the need to be successful, or at least appear successful, outweighs everything else. There's possibly another fault at play here, a fault in the human condition. It's the illusionary effect, where if you repeat a lie enough times, people start to believe it, especially if you have
I
credible
think she
names
was just a
surrounding the product.
sociopath.
The SEC settled with Elizabeth Holmes in March of 2018. She lost voting control, had to give away her portion of the stock, and was banned from being an officer or director of any public company for 10 years. Sonny still hasn't reached a
How about
settlement with the
forever?
SEC. Both Sonny and Elizabeth have been indicted on criminal charges in an ongoing lawsuit at the time of this video. They have both pleaded not guilty and each face 20 years in prison. Theranos was dissolved in September 2018.
Wow, this is like pretty
So one
recent.
question remains. If Theranos was to keep going, would they have made it? Would their blood testing machinery ever have worked? Well, actually, it's a harder question to answer than one might think. When they were running out of money, they tested on real patients as a proof of concept to gain more funding, which is of course what brought them down in the first place. But say they did get funding without testing on patients. The unveiled mini-lab was only incrementally better than the Edison machine, even though Theranos had hundreds of millions of dollars at their disposal. So with that being said, it's pretty unlikely that any company would have succeeded at this.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
that wraps up our look at Theranos. So I know that would have
failed
lost some of the
concept
faith in
from the
humanity that we
start.
had. But if you want to see some real actual breakthroughs in research in the medical field, things such as real-life nanobots being used in cancer with success in mice trials, or stem cells being injected directly into the brains of stroke victims, allowing for recoveries never seen before, and even enabling a wheelchair-bound man to walk again. This is the kind of cool stuff that gets lost in the sea of media day to day. But you can find those videos right here on Cold Fusion. I'll leave a link in the description below. Anyway, thanks for watching. This has been Dagogo. You've been watching Cold Fusion, and I'll see you again soon for the next video. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
cheers. That was fucking crazy. I feel sorry for the scientists who really wanted to make this project succeed in a truthful manner. Agreed. That voice sounds like a 13-year-old boy ordering a pizza with his mom's credit card. So true. Imagine a founder of a medical company in her early 20s with no medical training. I don't know how that shit flew. I really, really don't. All right, I'm testing sub mode off. Everybody, hearts overflowing. Dispel the bad vibes. And, oh, I think I forgot to turn it off. Okay, there we go. And then the other one that Bose recommended was Dahlia. JCS Dahlia. This one. Have you guys seen this one? The Curious Case of Dahlia DePolito. Do you guys want me to watch it? Hassan watched it. Yeah? It looks interesting. Okay. I think even if you've watched it again, you can still watch it again, you know? Or if you watched it before, we could watch it again. But if there is ever something where like really the majority of people are like, I've seen this, I don't care to see it again, then feel free to let me know. I don't mind at all. I'm here to make it enjoyable for you all. It's still crazy to me that companies can exploit medical aid like this. I know, right? And that some companies even get away with it. I don't fully get it, but yeah. Teaker, Sir Rubber Ducky, thank you. Wait a second, how many JCS videos are there? Maybe I should just watch the oldest one. Later. Yeah, and there is more on other channels. Are there a lot of people that watch this? Have you guys seen this one? I've only ever watched the Jody one. Because it was like popping off on recommended. First one is the best? Oh my god, I'm so late to all this. Janet and Ray both watched all of them. I'm sure Hassan watched them all. Has Miz watched these? Elizabeth got married in 2019 with this guy who was an heir to a hotel chain in Cali. Queen, there's an LSF post about you. I'm so sorry you were wrongfully banned. Jov X is a meanie. Oh, I totally know what you're talking about. There was this really funny video on LSF, and I went to the guy's channel because whenever I see someone whose video is funny, I want to like uplift it. She's pregnant and now they delayed the just put her in jail. And I went to check his channel and I was banned. And so I requested an unban request and I was like, what am I banned? Yeah. It was the funny coin video. You guys know what I'm talking about. Where he's like selling a sus crypto coin.
So I was like, oh, we always go there. Like, I don't want to eat there. Like, that's where you want to take them. Like, let's eat somewhere else. And Will was like, okay, no, but I love it. Come on, you love it. And he's like, yeah, but we eat there all the time. Like, I don't want to eat there anymore. And they were literally arguing like they'd been married for years. And they were like trying to take like another couple out to like their favorite dinner spot. But they couldn't agree on which dinner spot they liked together. It was adorable.
That sounds like
so
Hassan
cute.
and
Like,
Will.
It was like me, John, Jody, Peter. We were all just sitting there like, aw, you guys are adorable. It was really.
Boom. I just love seeing Sid's cute face, especially on LSF because she's usually not. So yeah. All right, the Curious Case of Dahlia DePolito. DePolito. Oh, my V, thanks for
On the
being
4th of
Quincy.
October
Aussie
2009,
God.
the sun began to
Ellery,
set
thank
over
you.
the South Atlantic coast, and
We
the wealthy
stand,
city of
Sid, we
Boynton
sure do.
Beach started to settle down for a Sunday evening. It was around that time when 38-year-old entrepreneur Michael DiPolito, whose wife was out of town, decided it would be a good idea to hire an escort for the night. Just 35 minutes after calling the service, 26-year-old Dalia Mohammed showed up at his front door.
Oh, no, no, no.
Just 2 weeks after their first acquaintance, Michael filed for divorce from his wife of 7 years and proposed to Dalia with a $20,000 engagement ring. She said yes. It appeared...
Listen, I'm not an expert or anything, but I feel like if you're paying for someone's services and that's the way you begin a relationship, maybe that's not the best foundation to a happy, legitimate marriage. Just an idea,
as though
though.
the concept of love at first
Just-
sight
I'm
wasn't
not
exclusive
really
to
sure,
fairy tales,
but it's an
and
idea.
Michael had finally met his princess.
Yeah, something
Or
like
so
that.
he thought.
I love the edits on these. Oh, yes, you are. The devil in disguise. Oh, yes, you are. Hidden camera undercover cop posing as a hitman.
Hey, we're staying in here, right? All right, yeah. Okay. I'm talking some stuff.
I'm stupid. What's a hitman? That's someone that kills people, right? A hitman kills people. Yeah. An assassin. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you how
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
do it. And
And
when
what
it's
exactly is gonna be done.
Oh, she's hiring the hitman.
If you got recommendations, you know what you want, what you know about him. Dude, is he your husband or something? Boyfriend? Your husband? How long y'all been married? No, for real, because the thing is, you know, after I talked to you today, you know, this phone, garbage. You won't be able to get a hold of it.
She did all this psycho shit. She still kind of strikes me as a dumbass. You know what I mean?
You're going to jail today. As soon as I'm done,
I would
they're
not
gonna
call
come
her a
in here and handcuff
mastermind.
you and take
Caught
you
in
to the
4K.
Palm Beach County Jail.
Okay, caught in 144p. I don't know about 4K. Y'all saw that camera from the TV? Yeah, that was not cute.
Book you for solicitation.
Wait, still caught.
of first
Still
degree
caught, though.
murder on your husband. Your husband is well and alive.
Thank God.
Oh yeah, thank God.
Can I see him?
No, he doesn't want to see you.
Thank God.
I want to see him.
He doesn't want to
Like, zero shock. Zero shock. If you actually thought your husband was dead and then you find out he's alive, like, your mind would be blown.
see you. You better quit your playing. Listen to me. I want you to quit your acting and get this over with. Yes,
He's
you are.
fed up with her
Okay.
shit.
You know what? You need a real good attorney. You need a real good attorney because we're going to show them the film where you say you're 5,000% sure you want him dead. You think I made that up? You think I made that up? It's exactly what's going to happen. I'm talking with you. When I leave this room, no other officer will ever talk to you again. The next time we see you is when you're in trial.
Wow.
And you can make it right here, or you're going to trial, and you're going to do life in prison. You want to cooperate with us, whatever you want to do. It's over and done once I walk out. I'm not coming back in to talk to you. And no one else is either. What do you want to do before I leave here? Because the next officer comes here, going to handcuff you and take you to the jail.
See my husband, please.
No, he doesn't want to see you. He doesn't want to see you.
You tried
I'm
to
leaving now.
murder him.
Can I have an officer come in here and cuff this?
Okay, I'm worried though because we're not even halfway through the. Suspicious.
I don't know what's going on, please.
We'll go ahead and arrest him for solicitation of first degree murder.
What's happening, please?
Can you stand up? Stand up, please.
Bitch, you got played. That's what's happening.
Dahlia is then granted her fraudulent wish and comes face to face with her husband.
Oh my God.
He's alive.
Come here, please. Come here. Mike, come here.
Come here.
Please, come here.
Like she's talking to a dog.
Oh my God, I didn't do anything to you.
please. Come
Please.
Okay. Like,
She's trying so hard to find an opportunity to manipulate her way out of this.
Dahlia was given roughly 15 minutes in her cell to calm down and have reality sink in. She was then brought back to the interrogation room, where two less confrontational detectives would pursue a confession. They were hoping the immediate switch from hostility to patience would influence her compliance.
Have you been advised of your rights before? So yes. Your Miranda rights?
Yeah, but I wanted to make a phone call.
Okay. Earlier this morning, Sergeant Sheridan read you your rights from that card, right? And you understood your Miranda rights, your Fifth Amendment rights?
Yeah, but I wanted to make a phone call.
Okay, so the phone call, we will let you do that
To who?
later. Not right now, though.
To whom is?
But while I'm still here.
Yeah, later on we will. Okay? We want to,
Did you understand your rights or no? You didn't understand them?
I wasn't really paying attention when you
Okay.
said yes to everything.
Okay. What
You tried to murder your husband and you're on some... I was really paying attention. I just said, yeah. Shit. Ma'am. 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 You know, maybe there are people in life who have just like had it so easy and gotten things so easily that they expect the same from every instance in their lives. And once something doesn't come so easily and it actually bites them in the ass, it's like very harsh reality. Yeah.
What I'll do is I'll go ahead and read them again, okay? And if you have any questions, just go ahead and ask me and I'll explain them to you, okay?
okay, you understand your Fifth Amendment rights now?
A rude awakening, yeah.
Okay.
Can I go to the regular restroom, please, before we start? Is it okay?
Is it emergency?
I didn't feel comfortable going in the other one.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I
No
won't be
problem.
long.
No problem.
You mind if I call you Dahlia?
You're in jail and you're worried about which toilet you're using. No, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
All right. Do you understand what happened today? What's going on here?
A little.
Okay.
Now, slowly, I'm understanding a little bit better.
What's your understanding?
I was told one thing, and now it's like slowly, like all these things are. I don't really know what happened.
Do you know that you are arrested today? You're being arrested.
You must?
That part I understood.
Okay. You know what for?
Why did it take her so long to say that?
Not really,
You
no.
don't know the charge?
No, nobody said anything to me.
Okay, go ahead and tell her the charge, Alex.
Okay. You're being arrested for soliciting to commit murder. Okay, which that means is you attempted to hire someone to kill somebody else, meaning your husband. Okay? And that's why you're here and that's what you're getting charged with.
Mm-hmm.
You don't understand or?
No, I never did that.
Okay, but that's what you're being charged with.
Sure.
And, we have plenty of evidence to back it up.
But I guess this is what you're supposed to do, right? Even when you did do something, you just keep saying you didn't, or what? Some of y'all real down bad. What the fuck? Or actually, I guess you're supposed to say nothing and just lawyer up.
So,
yeah.
With your rights in mind, we want to give you an opportunity to do some soul searching maybe, and
Some soul
get a lot off
searching.
your chest and tell us the truth. That's what we want to hear.
The evidence against her was overwhelming, hence the lack of interrogation techniques being initiated. The detectives feel that this is an open and shut case, and whether the suspect chooses to confess at this moment or not, they believe the
Is it
eventual
necessary?
outcome will be the same.
I mean, this has been worked for a couple of days now. It's not just the first day we're doing this.
Ow.
Reference to this case. And we have a lot of information to support our charge. It's just not a quick little thing. So, you know, we're gonna know when you're lying to us and all that. We just want to hear the truth. I mean, it's done. It's over with now, you know. And
But also, there
we
isn't
just got
really a
an opportunity
benefit to
tell us
admitting
the
it,
truth.
right?
That's all we want to hear, and we know the truth. So I know it's hard to commit to that, but now's your time, you know.
Hope
You have
that you
anything
get
to
less
say
time.
about
I
this?
feel like you would only,
I'm gonna talk to my husband.
under other
Okay, well, you
circumstances,
can't
not just
talk
being
to
like,
your
yeah, I did
husband.
it.
He's not here right now. Let him go home. He's taking care of the house and the dogs, so.
The good thing about this whole thing is that nobody got killed. The tragedy was prevented today. You
True.
could look at it that way. You know?
Okay, but she wanted the killing, so obviously she doesn't
That's
see it
simple.
that way. But from your guys'
Big
perspective, yeah.
tragedy. I mean, someone's life, so. Everything's on tape, Dahlia. There's no denying it,
Damn.
you know? Everything's on tape, and it's not a bluff, so.
You gotta understand this, okay? Dahlia, listen to me for a second,
He
okay?
didn't do anything.
Listen to me for a second, okay?
I think when she says I didn't do anything, she's just thinking like, I didn't kill him. She's like that shit of a liar.
This is on our first day, okay? It's definitely not our second day, all right? This is an ongoing investigation, all right? Not only do we have your videotape, we have every conversation that you've had leading to this point, all right? So for you to sit here and deny that you haven't done anything, it's not going to help. Every little thing that you've done since this started, we've been involved in it. Do you understand that? I mean, I'm just telling you the truth. That's the truth.
It was a joke.
Well, unfortunately, you're not going home, okay? You're looking at some serious charges here. Do you understand that you
You're going to a new
made the
home,
attempt
man.
to hire somebody to kill your husband? That's how serious this is. Okay, you can sit here and shake your head and deny it, but I'm gonna tell you right now, all right, when the jury and the judge sees that videotape of you having this conversation, making a deal, all right, that's how far you went, all right. It's not about denying it wasn't me, I didn't do anything, because the video, the audio, it's not gonna lie, all right, and all the evidence that we have collected through all this investigation.
4K.
You sound like a fool right now denying this, because.
I like when bad cop talks.
Everything's on tape, video and audio.
I just wanna go home.
I know, but you're not going home, you see? You're being arrested, so you're not going home.
So what do I have to do to go home? I'd like to go home.
I know, but you can't, it's impossible. You're going to the Palm Beach County Jail after this, you can't go home. You're being arrested, this is not a game. In your mind, it might be a little game, but this is
Committed a
very, very
crime.
serious. Murder, are you kidding me?
Dahlia refuses to give any sort of acknowledgement whatsoever, even after being confronted with the hidden camera footage. She was then taken to the Palm Beach Detention Center, professing her innocence the entire way. When she finally got to jail, she accepted the offer to make a phone call. Now, try and imagine yourself in her position. Now think of the absolute last person on planet Earth that you would call at that moment.
Her husband?
Yeah, what's up?
Nothing, Mike. Can you please come here?
Yeah, what's up?
Listen, I don't want to fight with you. Honestly, I can't help you. Don't you understand what just happened?
What they're saying is not true.
How is that possible?
Like, I'm sitting here. It's not true. It's not possible. You wouldn't even give me 2 minutes to talk to you, but it's not possible. What they're saying is not true.
How in the hell did I hear it and see it?
Like, I heard what you heard. It's not true. I heard what you heard and I saw what you saw. Everything they showed you, they showed me.
And how
What is it, a deep fake from the cops?
I am giving you my word that it's not true.
Don't believe
What
the
Dahlia
video,
is
believe
doing
my
here is
word.
known as gaslighting, a textbook form of manipulation used by psychopaths, sociopaths, and all those with narcissistic personality disorder. She is trying to cultivate doubt into Michael's mind by making him question his own perceptions. She does this by using persistent denial and misdirection to try and destabilize his thought process. Yet
so
the hole that
crazy.
Dahlia had dug for herself on this occasion seems a little bit too deep for her device to have any sort of effect.
What do you... Guy, I couldn't help you if I wanted to.
Like, please. I need an attorney. Can you please help me? That's not true.
I swear to God, if the guy she tried to kill
Spoke to him. He's gonna go talk to your mom. I called them for you already.
is gonna help her get an attorney,
This is not true.
I heard it too.
I'm gonna fucking
How do
lose
you
it.
explain what I saw and heard?
Like, I am limited on my phone call. You know more than anybody. It's not true. Just give me time so I can talk to you.
What did it say? I saw it. I heard it.
I saw what you saw and I heard what you heard.
Okay, what the f***? You said you wanted to have me killed. I heard that. What's
Not
the problem?
That is not
How is it not true?
Hang
How can you believe
up.
that?
I heard your voice.
How can you believe it?
That isn't the point. I heard you say it.
It's not. I heard what you heard and it's not.
What did I hear then?
She says I heard what you heard, I saw what you saw one more fucking time.
I heard the tape. Okay, I heard the tape and I saw pictures and I saw the whole 9 yards. I saw all of it.
So why would you meet a guy in a parking lot? Explain
Pause, champ.
I'm sitting here on the phone. I will tell you when I see you in person. Please.
I can't come there anyway. I'm not allowed there.
That's not true. Who said that?
Oh my God, is he okay?
That's not true.
I don't know what you could tell me. Even if, let's pretend, I said, oh, it's all better.
Mike!
They're charging your ass. Don't you get it?
Like, I didn't do anything. Please.
Mike!
I don't know what to say to you. I can't help you. It's out of my hands.
You're not even trying.
Listen, there are red flags. This is a bloody dagger. Get the fuck out of there, Mike.
What am I supposed to do?
Get me an attorney, please, so I can talk to you.
I cannot
I saw
believe.
you with this guy in the truck or whatever the f*** it was. I saw it. I heard your voice clearly. What? I don't understand.
Did not say those things. Period.
So how did they get your voice on that tape recorder?
Period.
I'm limited with my time, please.
You gotta be kidding me, man. Tell you, I heard you say that shit.
Like,
Okay?
I'm telling you right now.
You go up in front of the judge. I didn't do
How are you
it,
gonna tell me that
and
you
that's
didn't say
on
it? You
period.
didn't do it. When I saw you say it, and I saw you do it.
Do you have any idea how I was when they told me what supposedly happened to you, how I got, and how I was, and how everything? Can you meet me in person so I can talk to you?
No.
No. Good.
Why?
Why the f*** should I?
True. Now hang up.
I never, ever, 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 ever in my wildest dreams ever want that for you, ever.
Want that for you.
Well, you said it.
I would never want death for you.
No, I did not say anything. Period. I didn't say anything.
I don't know how you're going to actually have the nerve to sit here and lie to me now. I
Okay.
can't help you even if I wanted to. Do you get it?
Why don't you want to?
It's out of my f***ing hands.
You're not even trying. It's different if you're trying. You're not even trying.
This is crazy.
What can I do?
You hired someone to kill him, and you're hitting him with it. You're not even trying. Like, you're not even trying in this relationship, and you know that, like, I would never do that for you. But, like, I'm sitting here in a jail cell, and my time is limited, and you're not even trying. God. Oh my God.
You're not even trying.
Trying what? I'm sitting here like a dumbass.
Yeah, true.
Okay, they're getting ready to, like, take me again.
Again. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
You're gonna
I don't
be
mean to make fun of her
lying
voice
around
too
in there
much.
for a little while, a couple days. You need to just try and relax and just go with it. And keep to yourself and don't say a lot.
Like, I love you. Don't do this to me. I'm sitting here. Everybody treated me awful, sir. I didn't do anything to you. You know me. Everyone here seems awful to me.
I can't help you. There's nothing I can do to help you. Know what I'll do? You know what I'll do for you? Seriously?
What?
You sign my house back over to me. I'll help your mom immensely.
Aww.
Give me my house back.
Oh, what a shit situation.
That's it.
That's it, what?
I'll have the papers sent over to you somehow. You'll sign them over to me, and then I will help your mother.
Weird.
Okay?
I'm not signing anything.
I know you wouldn't sign anything. I knew that wasn't going to happen. So I can't help you. Okay?
That's what you're thinking about. I'm sitting here rotting and you're thinking about our house.
Okay, the fact that she's begging him for help, and she's like, I won't sign anything though. To help you? No. But please come help me after I tried to get you murdered. And then I'm sitting here rotting, and you're thinking about getting a house. You were gonna kill him for money. For the house. Not even sitting here rotting. Like, dead, gone. Oh my
Yo, I just
God.
wanted to help you, and again, you had the balls to say no to me. You just basically said F you to me, which is hilarious considering your situation and considering what the just happened today.
Yeah. Now hang up.
I'm getting fingerprinted now.
Dahlia called her mother soon after, who was already informed of the situation by Michael and appeared to be a little bit more understanding over the whole situation.
Hello? Mom, I'm in jail. I know, Dahlia. I know. I find out. I know. Okay, who do you...
I feel so bad, but there's something really funny about it. Maybe it's because I keep picturing her as a Kardashian, and they're just calling, what's her name? Kendall, Kylie, no, not Chris. That's the K. Just calling Chris like, Mom, I'm in jail. Oh my God. I mean, Chris is insane, so she'd probably make something happen, but you know.
And I called that. Everybody knows. What is it you want me to do? Where are you exactly? I'm in the county jail. I need you to call. What did Mike say? Is he coming? Everybody's coming, Dahlia. We're going to go ahead and get your lawyers, okay? Don't worry. Where are you? Are you in Gun Club? Yes, I'm here, Mom.
Her mom is surprisingly calm.
Okay, Dahlia. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. You did. I know.
Is that
you
just
didn't.
me?
I know you didn't. Where are you? You in Gun Club? Yes, I'm here in Gun Club. And I heard Mike is at the house. I want him out of my house.
You also want him to help you, but you want him out of your house.
It's my house. The title's in my name. All right. Okay, don't worry about that right now.
Dahlia spent 20 months in jail before
Why do you
standing
care who's
trial
in your house?
in April 2011. Her defense was bizarre. They claimed Michael DiPolito was a fan of reality TV, and the murder-for-hire plot was a hoax, just so he could get on television.
I'm just having fun with it. Come on, I'm with you.
You're having fun with me? Let me ask you something. Is this fun, Mr. DiPolito?
This sucks.
What? They really pulled the just a prank, bro.
No. Was it fun when you went to record?
Horrible.
Okay. So, is there anything funny about this proceeding at all, Mr. DiPolito?
The questions you're asking me, some of them, yeah.
You don't like them, do you?
It's ridiculous. We're not here because of me. I might as well, you might as well put me up next. I mean, what are we doing here?
The verdict came a month later on May 13th. The jury needed just 3 hours of deliberation.
Verdict, we the jury find
Bro, what it taken me?
as to count one. We find the defendant guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. If you find the defendant guilty, do you find that there is a firearm included in the solicitation?
Nice.
Yes.
And you and I have spoken previously about you wanting to share some comments with the court.
I'll say her
as the
mom's
judge
really
considers
pretty.
the appropriate sentence in this case.
Yes, I do. I have no words to explain why this unfortunate event happened. And I am sorry that it did. I don't support what it happened.
Okay, at least she's like accepting it.
But I know that you have the power in deciding what happens to the next phase of Dahlia's life, in showing mercy. In life, we make mistakes. Sometimes we will deserve a second chance. Dahlia's not dangerous. Your Honor, I'm asking you.
No, ma'am, that's not a mistake. A mistake is like, oops, I stepped on your new sneakers, or oops, I spilled something on your shirt, or oops, I calculated the wrong answer on this math equation. That's a mistake. trying to hire someone to murder your husband? That's not an oopsie. That was premeditated as fuck. Oy, 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 oy. Or I feel like
I'm begging you, please.
Then again, I understand as a mom, what else are you gonna say? It's your daughter. You're gonna do whatever you can to even give her any semblance of a second chance. But I do really appreciate that at least she's saying, like, she's accepting that her daughter did it, as opposed to saying, my daughter didn't do this, like, you guys are all wrong, blah, blah. She's saying, like, she did, and she's, like, really fucked up. And hopefully she can get a second chance. So at least I respect that. Oh, yeah, I guess it was a mistake, not an accident, though. Very much not an accident. You're right. Oops, I accidentally wanted to come out. Sorry. You're right, not an accident. But it's even hard for me to call that a mistake. It just seems like not the right term to use.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Aww.
Where do I begin? Let me just start off by saying, when I married my wife, I was very much in love with her.
Jokey about it.
I thought we were doing things that normal married people do, and I was a very good husband, and I provided everything we needed. And that being said, lo and behold, that wasn't the case. I don't know who these people are talking about, but it's not that girl. And I feel bad. I don't even want to be here. Since this started, I've always put my hand out. Give me my house. Let's be done with it.
Scary.
I'll beg the judge to even do whatever. I don't personally gain anything from this. The difference between me and I guess what's going on here, I went to prison. You know how I got there? I said I did it. Yeah, I did it. Let's get this over with and handle it. That hasn't happened here. I mean, this girl doesn't feel sorry for anything. She still doesn't think she did anything. And believe me, I don't want to get up here and be nasty, but the reality is I sit and listen to this. Even today, we're talking about a retrial? Retrial for what? I mean, what is it we're doing? Who didn't understand what happened here? They still don't want to admit anything happened. Nothing bad happened. It's all good. Let's just all go home.
Are your eyes not dry,
I'm not
man?
okay. My father died. I was supposed to have been able to travel to see him. I didn't get to see my dad. My dad's dead. And, that was part of my plan. Get off probation, go see my family, spend time with my father. If she would have owned it like a normal person and would have owned up to something,
I mean, clearly not a normal
I would respect
person.
that.
Ooh, is that
Is
that a tear? First one we've seen all doc.
At the court, I hear that I want a reality television show. As soon as we walk out here, they're filing for an appeal. You know why? Because they think everybody in this room's stupid. That's why. Because we're all stupid, and they're smarter than us. And nobody did anything. And God, she's a great girl. And when I met her, I thought all those things. I don't want to offend anybody, and believe me, I feel sorry for everybody that's in here crying. But you know what? I got to feel sorry for myself. Nobody's helping me. My mother had a nervous breakdown. I'm like, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown. I just don't know how I'm feeling some days.
You almost died. No, you were almost murdered by your wife. Of course people should feel bad for you. He should feel worse for himself.
And it's just not fair. Like I said, and I mean this from my heart, I wish we weren't here. I wish she would have did anything but what she did.
The jury's found you guilty, Ms. DiPolito, of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. So my task is to figure out what an appropriate sentence would be, somewhere between 48 months and 30 years in the Department of Corrections. How do I rehabilitate you from what you have done? And I think that's a function of spinning your moral compass. I think your moral compass is askew. I think that it's something that it's not like getting a drug addict off drugs or an alcoholic off alcohol, but rehabilitation, I hope that occurs as part of this sentence.
I agree in situations like this, just give max sentence, because the difference between him being alive and him being dead was just her hiring someone else. The smallest difference. It is not reflective at all of her intentions, her desires, her moral compass, nothing. So you might as well treat it like an actual murder.
A big variable, and the one that's most conspicuous, is punishment. You impose a sentence to punish bad behavior, criminal behavior, and that's going to be a large component of this sentence. And also a valid factor in imposing a sentence is
Yo, this guy seems really cool.
And retribution is giving society...
This sounds weird, but he seems like a good actor.
The outlet.
But he's just being a good judge.
That person got what he or she had coming. So I consider those factors and try to figure out what weighs most in tailoring a sentence for you. And it has to do with the facts of the case, and it has to do with who you are and what you were thinking. And here's the way I see it. I think that a lot of it is what were your motivations? What were you doing? What were you thinking when that was going on? And I just come to the most obvious conclusion that you were motivated by greed, by avarice. There's no evidence that you were being beaten and you were defending yourself, that you were a battered wife, that you were an alcoholic, that you were the victim of child abuse, that you were somehow acting in defense of yourself, even under a misguided notion.
Sorry, someone said Johnny Sins is the best
all of
judge.
Your conduct was just for self-indulgence and just trying to take every bit of money that you could get a hold of so that you could go on and live this fast life. In as early as March, you began this relentless campaign to get rid of your husband. First, you're thinking, well, I'll just get him sent off to prison and that would be good enough. You used guile and sophistry to dupe others into your web of deception. You were the puppet master that was pulling all the strings.
But puppet master is still kind of stupid.
Somebody else. You weren't under the influence of somebody else. You were the one calling the shots. And you were engaged in a course of conduct not over some momentary lapse of good judgment. This wasn't like, I ran a red light, I shouldn't have done that. Or, oh, what was I thinking? I had the gun in my hand and I shot it because I was angry. It was weeks and months that you continued with these different schemes to try to rid yourself of your husband that was just something out of a novel. And it was
evil.
Horrible to watch it unfold as the trial testimony came out. It was pure evil. After those attempts to have your husband taken out of the picture by way of sending him back to prison for a long period of time, and when you learned that it wasn't good enough to have the house in your name, that if you wanted to sell the house, you were still going to need his signature, I think that's when it started to turn to even more sinister behavior. Mr. Salnick indicates that, being remorseful or saying I'm sorry really doesn't mean anything. And I disagree. I disagree. I think, even today, Mr. DiPolito, still your husband, I think that I'm sorry, it's my fault, I did it, would have gone along.
At least that would have been something.
Not only for his healing. But
it only says more that she
suited your own
hasn't said
purpose.
anything.
But I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard an ounce of remorse. The opposite of that. When confronted with the obvious facts, the most powerful testimony as to who you are is when you were in the police station and your husband walked by and looked in and you were begging him, tell him this is all wrong, tell him this is all wrong, and then later on the telephone you were saying, he was confronting you with the evidence. I saw the tapes. I saw the videotape of you trying to have me killed. And you just cold-bloodedly said to him, I saw what you saw, and I'm telling you that's not true. And it was astonishing, the cold-blooded denial that you're willing to go to try to avoid the obvious.
Crazy.
You have a certain facet of who you are with your
I think
mom,
that's the second
your
blink
sister,
I've seen her
brother.
do all
And you
doc.
see the
3?
good,
3 in 50
as
minutes?
Siblings and parents should.
Oh my gosh, you blink anymore?
But who
It's
you
like, be
are
human.
when no one's looking, other than a camera in a police car, is quite different. And I think that peers deeply into your soul and speaks volumes of the way you were presenting this, and it was quite chilling to witness that. Based upon those factors, then, Ms. DiPolito, I'll accept the verdict of the jury. I'll find you guilty. I'll adjudicate you guilty. And I'm sentencing you to 20 years in the Department of Corrections.
Dahlia's first encounter with retribution was a big one, yet it didn't last long. The sentence was thrown out on a technicality 1 month later, and she was able to remain under house arrest for 6 years awaiting her next trial. Her second trial began in 2016.
Dahlia DiPolito takes the stand with an unusual defense.
Dahlia says it was all part of a plan.
What? A technicality? What do you mean? House arrest? Oh my god, you know when she's sitting in the fucking jail cell because she tried to kill her husband? And she's like, how do I go home? Like, I just want to go home. I just want to piss and shit in the comfortable toilet. I don't like the cell, the fucking toilet cell. Like, do you know what you just did? And then for her to finally be proven and sentenced and like everybody knows she's guilty and then she still just gets fucking house arrest? I would like to say, as a viewer, this is dissatisfactory. Like, you know when you watch a movie and the bad guy finally gets caught and you want to just watch him get sentenced to life or whatever? It's like that. And they say, just kidding, he's on house arrest. And you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, I feel like I just got robbed.
She hatched with her then husband, Michael DiPolito, and former lover, Mohammed Shahadi, to get famous. Her now ex-husband, Mike DiPolito, says he couldn't wait to see what she'd say in court.
Let me know when she's going. I'll be sitting in the back with popcorn. I'd love to see this.
In an exclusive pretrial
Bro, you
interview
gotta
with
stop
2020
playing.
this past December, DiPolito said she's just misunderstood.
Who is Dahlia DiPolito?
Understanding, sweet, and compassionate.
Manipulative, conniving. I got more than 3. Malicious.
Baited, enticed, and entrapped.
Her attorney, Brian Claypool, says Dahlia is the innocent victim of a fame-hungry police department.
What the police department did is they found out she's an attractive woman. In their minds, they're like ching, ching, ching. This is a perfect skit. There's no question about it that the Boynton Beach Police Department was dead set on manufacturing a crime here.
How damaging are these tapes to your client?
They are damaging because people have formed opinions.
Our job in the second trial is to provide the proper context for the jury.
What the fuck does the police get out of it? I'm gonna be honest, they probably were having a good time, you know, acting all up in her face when she's a dumbass. And when she's just like digging her own grave. But that doesn't mean they did anything wrong.
To see that this is not really what it looks like.
Claypool claims she only kept up the act because Mohammed threatened her with a gun.
He threatened to hurt me and to hurt my family.
Did you believe he would?
Absolutely, yes.
So she was threatened to act out a hoax on a
Oh,
videotape?
and none of this
do you understand how
happened?
ridiculous that sounds to
Yeah.
a lot of people watching this?
Yeah, that's not ridiculous. You've got a 6'2", 230-pound man with a gun.
Saying you will do this
Absolutely.
YouTube hoax or else?
Right.
5,000% sure, not 100% sure, not 1,000% sure, but 5,000% sure.
If this was the case, you know, they would have said it 6-7 years ago. There would be some form of proof. Like,
Sure. How do you explain that?
I look at that video and I see somebody who's struggling with whether she's really sure.
She's struggling what?
Why? Well,
How is she struggling if she's 5,000% sure?
well, you might find that.
She just tells.
Why? Well,
How is
she's really sure.
she struggling what?
Why? Well,
How is she struggling if she's struggling? How is she struggling if she's 5,000%?
I just love
Why-
the
why- well-
How is she struggling if she's 5,000% sure?
well, you might find that humorous, but when I hear people say they're sure, I'm 110% sure.
Why didn't she just tell police
Well,
her
well,
version
well.
of what happened?
I've asked her that question too. Oh, yeah, everybody. Hey, Sergeant. This was just a YouTube thing we were putting together. She was in a state of shock.
I couldn't.
on behalf of all YouTubers, stop putting your bullshit on us, okay? This is not a YouTube thing. Bitch, you just crazy.
React. I just completely froze. I wanted to get out of there and I felt just paralyzed. The tape was, it was a show, it was a tape. That was.
Pardon my language, but this bitch tried to hire a hitman to murder her husband, and all she got was a 6-year quarantine and some motherfucking veneers.
What's the purpose of it?
You were acting in those tapes.
Yes.
But you're telling the truth now.
Yes.
Why should we believe you?
Because it's what happened. It's the truth.
State of Florida versus Dahlia A. DiPolito, defendant. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows. As to count 1, we find the defendant guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder as charged in the
Thank you very
so
much.
say we all, the 16th day of June, 2017, in West Palm Beach.
Dahlia DiPolito was sentenced to 16 years in prison on July
thank
21st,
God.
2017. She was not given the possibility of parole, and her release date is set for August 24th, 2032. Her appeal was rejected by the Florida Supreme Court in September of 2019,
Also
and her
nice.
sentence is now definitive. She is currently
Nice.
being held at the Lowell Correctional
That
Institution
attorney
in
is such
Gainesville, Florida, where
scum.
she is expected to remain until the day of release. She will be 50 years old.
If your crazy prostitute wife that you gave your house to tries to get you thrown in jail on drug charges and then tries to pay someone to murder you, it's gotta be somewhat satisfying to have that person call and ask you for help. It's like, I really need your help. And you're like, yeah, I bet you do. But you tried to kill me.
I spit it from my block, it's an ode, I admit it here, the city.
Okay, but can we just talk about how scummy this guy is? Like, it's one thing to try to give your clients the best possible defense, but you getting on TV talking about it was for YouTube. She tried to get her husband killed. What? That's gross. And he's probably enjoying the airtime too. No, I'm saying there's a difference between it's his job. This is more than just his job. He's enjoying this shit. You can tell by the way he's talking about it. You don't have to take these interviews. That's not part of your job. The jury isn't even supposed to be influenced by this kind of stuff. So it is quite literally not related to your job. He does kind of look like Papa John. Huh. Anyways, that's besides the point. Did you guys like that? What'd you think? That was a freaking good one. Oh my god, it's almost 8 p.m. What the fuck? We have a couple options. I really enjoyed that. It had like some decent plot twists. So this one is 20 minutes, which I would be down to watch, but it's a 3-parter, so maybe it would feel bad to watch only one part of a 3-parter, right? Maybe we just watch The Legend of Jeff. Or is it just one part? What? Jeff? Okay, because I don't want to stream too late. When I stream too late, I have a hard time sleeping. Then we can watch all 3 of these parts another time.
Am I under arrest?
For now.
I'm under arrest?
Yeah, I'll explain everything, but before I explain myself to you, before we talk to each other, I need to read your rights, okay?
What am I under arrest for?
Well, like I said, I need to read your rights first. Obviously, the charge is robbery, okay? Yeah, I'll explain everything.
I'm under arrest for robbery?
You are, but let me read your rights real quick,
Why is
okay?
he talking
Then I'll
like
explain
that?
it all to you. Is that okay? You let me do that real fast? All right, Jeff. Can you read with me? Just read in your head, okay? Before we ask you any questions, you must understand what your rights are. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Does that make sense? You've probably heard these before, haven't you?
In TV shows.
Does that make sense? Do you understand your rights? Do you understand your rights, Jeff?
Oh my
Yes
god,
or
is
no?
Jeff asleep?
Do you understand? Do you understand what I read you? Did you comprehend what I read you?
Oh my, I would be so frustrated. Hella don't know all.
Jeff, I'm just here to talk to you and figure out what happened and move you on out of here, at least some of it. So do you understand the rights I read to you?
If you got something that says you didn't do this robbery, this is your chance to talk to us.
What?
Okay, good cop.
No, usually I'm the
What
prick.
was that?
You look like the prick.
Oh shit.
This is Jeff. Jeff is a heroin addict and has been for the last 14 years.
Oh,
he is
that's
6'5", weighs 153
Damn,
pounds,
what the
and
fuck
has
is
now
Charles
found himself in
Hill?
the unfortunate circumstance of being charged with armed robbery. This is in the state of Georgia, so if found guilty, they will render him the minimum term of 10 years without parole, up to the maximum term of life in prison. Jeff has been through the system.
Sorry, I'm just comparing it to the lady who got 6 years house arrest.
Multiple times over, and he will know that if indeed found guilty, his sentence will be considerably longer than the minimum 10 years due to his previous convictions.
Jeff, do you understand your rights? Yes or no?
That's super tough.
I'm not
Hard
asking you
on
to talk to me at
crime.
this point. I just wanted to know, do you understand what I read to you?
So am I under arrest?
Yes, you're under arrest.
Get me back to the cell. I don't talk to you, motherfucker.
Okay.
You wanted a Coke?
Yeah.
You gonna be able to pop it open, or you need me to?
Jeff has become somewhat of a cult figure in the domain of interrogation footage. His recognition seems to have grown through his own popularity, as opposed to the notoriety of his crimes, like most others. Conveying the exact reasoning behind this
I didn't
can
know there
be
was a
tricky,
community
as the
behind this, but it
interest in
makes a
this
lot of
character will no doubt vary by the individual. Yet we've found the most collective reason can be explained through a single pop culture reference: the anti-hero. While the concept is timeless, the actual term was created through the realm of modern cinema. There's a diverse number of characters passing through the decades that fit the criteria. Yet perhaps the most textbook example could be the protagonist from the 2003 feature Bad Santa, a middle-aged man simply known as Willie. This is a character that lies, cheats, steals, swears at children, drinks an inconceivable amount of alcohol, and is generally extremely unpleasant to every single person he comes across.
Actually, I might have seen it. It looks really familiar. Maybe he just looks familiar.
Let's tell what you want for Christmas.
I'm on my fucking lunch break, okay?
On paper, this is an extremely unlikable individual, yet for some reason,
The kid's face, he's Pepe laughing.
we root for him while following his story. Anti-heroes are flawed, as are we. Their moral complexity mirrors our own, and just like us, they are learning and growing as they move along the path of life. Their mistakes make us think of our mistakes, and perhaps the reason we root for their redemption is the reflection of ourselves rooting for our own. So you might be curious about the contrast between the anti-hero and the villain. One we embrace and relate to, while the other we despise and detach from. Both are driven by selfish motivations, yet our emotional response differs between them. The reason for this, while not necessarily obvious, is a relatively simple formula. The anti-hero must have a glimmer of humanity alongside a
funny as fuck.
noticeable vulnerability. This is what
Aw.
allows the viewer to truly connect with the character.
Why
It
does the-
allows
why
us
is
to
the
forgive them
anti-hero's
when they
arm
are
cut off?
unethical, but admire them when they are noble. It allows them to be angry, cowardly, and greedy, but also cheerful, brave, and empathetic.
Who the fuck is Thurman? Is that you? Is your name Thurman?
Yeah,
Thurman Merman?
yeah.
Jesus.
With relation to Jeff, while many of us can't relate to the
That
feeling
must
of
be
being
tough.
addicted to heroin for well
Yeah.
over a decade, we can certainly understand the feeling of sadness. While we may not be able to put ourselves directly in the shoes of an addict, we can somewhat relate to the adversity that comes with it, not to mention the incredible magnitude of the situation he is going through in this
And
video.
he looks
How he
kinda
responds
handsome.
to this very moment is quite literally the precursor to his entire future. He is at a crossroad moment in life, where on one side is the possibility of hope, and on the other side is the outright guarantee of despair. The long-term path he goes down will be the consequences of the short-term choices he makes, all of which...
Wait, are you guys question marking like you don't think he's handsome? Really? Right? He has like model fucking look. Sharp features? I mean, really? No, he's a criminal. No, he's an addict. Listen, somebody can be a shit person and still be objectively hot. That doesn't mean I'm attracted to them. But there's an objectivity to someone's level of attractiveness.
Is the outright guarantee of despair. The long-term path
You know what?
he goes
We'll
down
discuss
will be
it
the
later.
consequences
Maybe from
of
a
the
better
short-term
angle.
choices he makes, all of which have to be judged and
If
decided
he ever
on
watches
while
this,
going
don't
through
hit
the
me up.
early
Okay, I'm
stages of
just
heroin withdrawal.
being objective, okay?
I need methadone.
You need methadone?
I'm just imagining you guys like going into some girl streamer's chat and being like, you are objectively the most gorgeous being I've ever seen in my fucking life. And I don't mean that like I'm attracted to you. I just mean it like from objective perspective, like you have the facial symmetry of a goddess.
I don't have any. Do you have medication for it, or I mean, a prescription for it? Or?
No.
What do you need methadone for?
Because I'm a fucking junkie, and you guys.
Damn.
I'm gonna go through withdrawal here in a minute.
Where do you usually get your methadone from?
That is so
Don't get
tough.
it. I get heroin.
How long you been using heroin?
Long time, buddy. What are you trying to talk to me about here?
Talk to you about what happened last night. Look, here's the deal. Either you're in a bad set of circumstances, or you went and committed an armed robbery last night.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm in a shitty,
Porque no los
wrong
dos.
place at the wrong time, obviously. I didn't commit no fucking armed robbery.
All right, then let's talk about this. Let's
I
not
don't have
keep
nothing.
up
I
the
don't
act.
talk to the police, man.
I think it's in your best interest to. man.
How? I don't talk to
you're
the
sitting
police.
Here, okay.
I've been through the system.
I don't
man.
talk
I
to
know
the
you have.
police.
I know you have,
You're
Jeff.
not my friend.
I'm not your friend.
You're trying.
Like, pretty good face though. I can't tell if I'm blind or you guys are confused. Like, who's wrong here? Yeah, like sharp features. I feel like that's a very typical model thing. It's the pixels. Maybe you're right. He looks like a pirate. On some Johnny Depp shit.
Trying to fucking get me, or you're
No,
trying
I'm not trying to get
all
you.
you're trying.
What?
Trying to get is some fucking stupid ass fucking confession, and you're not gonna get one.
Jeff, I'm not going to get a confession out of you for nothing.
Exactly, because I
And
didn't
I'm
do
not
nothing.
trying to get a confession out of you.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, I didn't commit no armed robbery, and y'all ain't got no fucking evidence saying I did. Let me go. All you do is find me sitting in my buddy's house because my fucking buddy's dog's going ape shit. I go outside.
That is worse,
there are
fam.
cops everywhere, and they spotlight me. They say, "Come here."
Come
I
here.
said, "What's up?"
What's
They
up?
search me. They ain't
Hang
find
on.
nothing. What's
Let
up?
me read this.
No.
before- Yes.
Because I'm not gonna sign it.
You don't have to sign it. But let me read it for you. Okay?
I'm not signing nothing.
You don't have to sign it. Let me read it.
You already read it to me earlier.
I know we did, but I'm going to read it to you again.
Thanks for the coat.
Yeah. Before we ask any questions, you must understand what your rights are.
And here we have our glimmer of humanity. Jeff extends his
Thanks for the
gratitude
coat,
and
though.
recognition of the small favor the detective has done for him. There was no return
Yeah.
benefit for Jeff giving thanks to his adversary, meaning there is an element of selflessness and grace in the act. There may be considerable emphasis on the
freak
glimmer
out.
of humanity here, but all we need is a glimmer to know that it's at least in there.
You have the right to remain silent. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one,
That's
a lawyer will
funny.
be provided for you. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand the rights I've explained to you?
Oh,
Huh?
yeah.
Okay. Tell me what happened last night. Plain and simple. Your side of the story.
I'm not talking to you. I'm a lawyer.
All right. This is what I don't understand.
I told you
I know,
this was
but
gonna
this is
happen.
what I don't understand, Jeff. You were sitting there talking just like you were ready to sit here and tell me what happened last night, and then all of a sudden I read that to you, and you screw it. I ain't talking to you.
I mean,
I'm a lawyer.
it is
I
scary
don't
to
understand
talk
that.
to a
What
cop
changed?
or a
Just in-
detective.
I already told you what happened.
You didn't.
How didn't I?
You didn't tell me what happened last night.
How didn't I just tell you what?
But now you've handcuffed me, and I can't talk to you because you asked for an
want a
attorney.
lawyer.
So, okay, that's fine. But I will tell you right now, you're still on a hold for a robbery.
I know. I don't know why I need a fucking lawyer because obviously I didn't do nothing. And obviously you guys know I didn't do nothing because I've been arrested for the same bullshit before and you guys don't interview me this much. So, wham bam, thank you for the coke. Put me back in the cell. What's that?
Just my phone. All right. I know we did this twice, but I got to do it again every time, okay? Before asking you questions, I got to read your rights. You understand?
It's kind of funny because I think he's wearing socks, but it also just kind of looks like his foot, but no toes. Foot, but no toes.
And that?
Wham bam, thank you for the coke.
Go ahead and sign there. Let me take your jacket off.
Look, I'm not signing nothing. I don't want
Okay, you don't have to sign anything. You understand your rights, though, right?
Yeah.
That's all I need is a verbal yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
When's this coke gonna be here? Or is that just a fairy tale?
It's coming. He's getting there right now.
I mean, it's nice that they keep giving him coke.
Let's watch the soda machine. It tastes good.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I have enough evidence
Like what?
of the armed robbery, okay?
Yeah,
But,
like what? Ask him. Talk to
you
him,
know,
Jeff.
If you're saying you didn't do it, you need to give me your side of the story.
I didn't do it.
Okay, well, give me your side of the story. You gotta, convince me.
His side is
Because
that
I
he
got a
didn't
lot
do
of
it.
evidence.
What more
I
do
got a
you
lot of
mean?
physical evidence.
Well, like what?
Why am I rooting for this guy? Because he said thanks for the coke.
You haven't been helpful to me at all.
Because I don't believe that you got any evidence.
There's only a couple pieces of evidence I'm missing.
Name them.
What's that?
Name them.
Because he kind of looks like a
Why
pirate.
don't you do that? You haven't helped me out at all. You give me a little bit, I give you a little bit. We go back and forth. I give you one of my pieces of evidence, now give me a little something.
No, anything I say here can and will be used against me.
Sure, but anything you say here, I can also tell your
True.
parole officer that you helped me out.
That doesn't mean dick. There's no way. I didn't do it. There's no way.
How drunk were you? Were you drunk?
No, I was pretty sober.
So you're in your right mind. You remember everything about the night, right? So you couldn't have done something not remembered. You couldn't have gone and robbed the place and not remembered.
Ooh, that's not good.
Okay, so you...
Even that kind of thing. This is why you don't talk without a lawyer. Because now that he says that, his lawyer can't say he was drunk and didn't remember or whatever. And a lot of those things can ultimately help you quite a bit. Why am I trying to tell you guys how to avoid jail time?
Remember if you robbed the place.
I watch way too many crime lawyer-ish shows, by the way. Like, an unfathomable amount of seasons and shows, trust me.
Go to the prosecutor, I'm really good parole officer, and say,
Stop noting,
this
stop.
guy's a good guy, he helped me out. He didn't do
Hey.
anything. I know you don't want to go back to jail, right? Back to prison.
Well, fuck. It looks like I am if and you're going to charge me with some bogus shit. You guys don't, I mean, what do you got, really? That I was
Honestly, he sounds
at a
kind of
buddy's house
convincing.
and I happened to come outside because you guys were fucking swarming the area and they
Which door did you come out of?
I came out of the front door. You know what? I'm not saying myself, man. I'm done, man. Fuck this. The only reason I came up here is to get a fucking Coke.
You're not getting out.
Oh, no. I can't finish it?
You can finish it. Make it quick. I got things to do.
Butterfinger, you probably.
I didn't promise you that. I said we'd see what happens.
He's just
I said,
hungry.
you help me out at all, why should I help you out? I got you a soda.
Oh my god.
Jeff was released from custody just under 12 hours later, and that takes us to the final and perhaps the most important component of an anti-hero, the conclusion. which unfortunately in this particular case is unknown. The final outcome of this story will vary depending on the source, some with a happy ending, others a cautionary tale. One legend has it that Jeff got clean soon after his release, and now works in the corporate marketing team for Coca-Cola, while another states that he was picked up the day after for the same charge, and is now facing down a 15-year sentence in Georgia State Prison. If we go by the Hollywood formula, an anti-hero's actions throughout the course of their life are so drastic and single-minded that they only ever lead to salvation or destruction, and their final decision is always dictated by what they have learned and how they have changed throughout the course of the story. The paradox here is that we don't even need the theme of imprisonment to mold the outcome of this particular story, as the theme of addiction is more than enough. Whether he goes to prison or not, Jeff will either manage to get clean and rebuild his life, or he won't. He is headed for salvation or destruction no matter what, and that single concept can perhaps define Jeff as an anti-hero. His outcome is a mystery, but either way it goes, it most certainly conforms to the anti-hero's ending.
Two days ago, fuck being a cowboy. Okay, you guys are right, you wasn't that cute. Maybe the angle was putting in work for him. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, I'm sorry. Then again, he looks much older. Okay, he's not a lawyer, right? I don't know, someone said he was a lawyer, but Jeff thanks you and promises to. Great. Ugly head?
Rearing its ugly head, rearing its ugly head again.
Does he ever just like talk? Not play? I saw 400 UFOs today.
Hello. Okay, so I don't know if you guys keep your eyes in the sky like we do, but I gotta ask. And I don't want no speculation. I just want to know from either the pilots themselves or anybody else that's seen what I saw. Okay? Me and Juju yesterday at 5 o'clock to 5:30 in the morning witnessed a straight line of what appeared to be soundless UFOs going in two different directions. And it was really, really, really freaky awesome. It was really weird. So anyway, it did it twice yesterday, and today, way earlier than 5:30, I don't even know what time, it did it another two times. And I'm talking, okay, so my neighbor said, oh, that's just our military doing, something is weird there, but okay, I said, well, there's no, look, there's no red, green, blinking lights, nothing. They looked like traveling stars in a straight line. It looked like, Juju said it looked like a Gatling gun, like one, almost, because it was such a straight line. They got one as a tracer. Anyway, so I want to know who else has been looking in the sky and seen this craziness. Is it worldwide? Is it, have we gave birth to the Antichrist, artificial intelligence, and are they like marching for him or something? I don't know. I just know it's getting interesting. But if you are one of those pilots and know what the hell's going on, I highly doubt that they would march in a straight line all of our, what's it called? Those stealth mode, whatever vehicles. Impossible. I think Juju counted 400. 400 in one line. I'm not lying. I saw it with my own eyes, but I want to know what you guys think. Please be one of the pilots or something. Tell me what's up. Come on. Share this secret, man. Or if you're a pilot that had to go like chase them down or something. because seemingly they just disappeared in thin air. Strange things and interesting times we are living in. Woo, 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 woo. So,
Aw, these comments are so cute. You saw Starlink satellites, SpaceX, Elon Musk company. They're meant to provide internet. They travel in a straight traveling satellites now. Aw, and he hearted it. That's really attorney at law.
hold on. But then look at my shoes.
Why does he look like Bill Nye, but a little bit wackier?
Just showing up.
Oh, or maybe it's the woo sound.
Because the note basically said, due to COVID-19 pandemic and complications that could arise, I shouldn't have to show up. And I don't think I should, because my defense could suffer because I live 2 hours away from where my tickets are. So what the fuck, man? They gotta grant me that shit. Who's with me? And yeah, I fucking overdressed, so what? You gotta fucking give them a preview of what's to come in court. You'd be surprised.
Tell them.
Yeah, much more serious. Don't take
Flex
these from my
the
shoes,
fit.
'cause I didn't think they'd see them, and they didn't. She wasn't even there, so I just left her a note. So I got all dressed up for nothing.
Me after that fucking date I told you guys about? Oh my god.
There, so I just left her a note. So I got all dressed up for nothing.
All dressed up for nothing. I wonder what this is. Okay, that's spooking me out too much. Wow. That was such a roller coaster. But I'm happy to see he's doing well. Coca-Cola rehabilitated soft drink. Oh my god.
Did you guys know that Coca-Cola used to have cocaine in it? So,
Oh my god, he's saying the drink is rehabilitated. Oh my god. I thought he was gonna say it was good for rehabilitation, but he literally means like the drink used to be a drug addict, but now it's good.
Coca-Cola,
It's clean now.
the rehabilitated soft drink.
He's fucking funny.
Okay, so check it out.
Oh my god, that looks frightening. Put it away. Stop.
Cha, man, cha. Now check this out. What do we got behind the curtain? We're back. Really sorry. But I love you either way. Kay Jackson, Matthew Williams.
I thought he was just gonna say thanks for the Coke. That's what I wanted to hear. Well, Jeff's blown out veins? Oh my god, is this like X-ray? Oh, TOS? Okay. Sowie. Sowie.
A face
Okay,
only a
last
mother
one.
could love. But she also cooks me dinner. Look at that. Oh, can't see it. Yeah. Yeah.
What the fuck is that? No, sorry. What?
So I want to
What was that though? I am so
Yeah.
confused. What do you guys think this is? No, there's no beans in this. This looks like just sauce. It's not ravioli. There's no pieces of ravioli. Wait, actually, maybe it's really... No, because this is all one thing. I don't think it's chicken parm because you don't see the chicken. I don't think it's failed lasagna because it's not cut into lasagna pieces. You know, like this is like a crescent. Maybe eggs Benedict, but there's no bread.
So I want to thank all my Patreons, and if you can, and if you're able and willing to support me on there,
Aww.
It would really help out a lot. What I'm trying to do lately is I'm trying to wrap everything up in a nice little package. I'm trying to sync all my accounts, find all my accounts, sync them, and I'm going to do something special. I'm going to start. I've been studying the, you know, what it takes to become a successful YouTuber or whatever, and you know, there's no set formula except for exactly the opposite of what I've been doing. You can't be sporadic. You can't upload like 10 in one day and then disappear a month and then do one a day for a week.
He's
and
got
then,
a point. He's got a point.
Sorry about that. But I just want to thank everybody for their patience and awesomeness, understandingness. And I also want to thank the trolls for what they do. You know, I'm going to pin you. Best one. Let the best troll win.
Let's go, Jeff.
But,
Let's fucking go.
All love over here. And I promise to give a good old college effort into my content for you guys, for your guys' enjoyment. So the next few videos, besides this one that comes out, let me know how I do. But let me try this. Like, subscribe. Shit, see, I fucked it up already. Anyways, yeah, but the Legend of Jeff 33.
Why did that cut off like that? This is really cute though. Aww. Okay, I'm happy to end on this note. What a happy ending. A good note to end on. He's doing well. It makes me happy. If you guys want to check him out, just look up The Legend of Jeff. Clearly into making music. Ooh, official artist channel. Okay, Jeff, let's fucking go. And I hope he stays clean a very, very, very long time. Yeah. All right. That's all for me today. Thank you guys for the subs and resubs. Listens, love you. Thank you guys, everybody. Sorry I didn't shout them out individually at the end, but I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one, which is tomorrow. Tomorrow, hopefully, we will play Valo with the squad. All right? Much love. Thank you guys. Bye.